Alzheimer's. You guessed it, it will be too late to sign your estate planning documents because you may not be of sound mind. Yes, it may be too late in all of those situations for you to then plan your estate. The law says you can only create a will or a trust when you are 18 years of age or older and of sound mind. And you never know what will happen to you or when it will happen. So I created an easy process to make it pain-free and fast to create the proper estate planning documents for you. Ready to get started? Then call me, Attorney John D'Onofrio, at 412-928-2068 and schedule your free estate planning consultation. Allow me to meet with you in my law office or in the comfort and privacy of your home and provide you with your free consultation. Telephones are answered 24/7. If I am not at the office or if I am with a client, my staff or answering service will send me a text and I will return your call in a timely manner. Thank you for taking your valuable time to listen to me today. I appreciate every listener and I look forward to meeting you at your earliest convenience. For estate planning in uncertain times, I'm Attorney John D'Onofrio. Call me today, 412-928-2068. Schedule your complimentary consultation. Call today. Get peace of mind today. That's 412-928-2068. Thank you, and have a great day.
The preceding program was pre-recorded.
The proceeding was paid for by D'Onofrio Law Office, PC. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. 8 children are dead after a mass domestic-related shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana.
There are 10 victims in this case. 2 of those victims are 2 women. One of them is confirmed to have a romantic relationship with that suspect. They are in the hospital. It's also believed that one of those women was shot in the head. The other 8 victims are unfortunately deceased. Police also confirmed them to all be juveniles.
KSLA TV's Jolia Daughtry says the suspect is also dead. President Trump says U.S. negotiators will head to Pakistan tomorrow for another round of talks with Iran. The aim is to extend a fragile ceasefire set to expire by Wednesday. The Strait of Hormuz remains a point of contention. The conflict has severely impacted global supplies of oil, and airlines are struggling. Former White House advisor on global infrastructure and energy security, Amos Hochstein, told Face the Nation this can only get worse.
When a plane leaves the United States, they can't take jet fuel with them. The administration's been saying, we have plenty in the U.S. Great, but if you leave the U.S. and there's no jet fuel on the other side. So what happens is the fuel surcharges that Americans are going to see, that are already starting to see, and ahead of Memorial Day in the summer, Tickets are going to be very expensive.
The Israeli army says it carried out a series of strikes that killed more than 150 Hezbollah fighters.
I'm Dale Gavlak in Amman, Jordan. Israeli forces are demolishing buildings in southern Lebanon to create a security zone, despite a truce with Lebanon to end the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Homes and businesses are being bulldozed, according to Lebanon's national news agency.
Pope Leo pushed for peace while he delivered mass to over 100,000 people in Angola today.
On his flight to Angola, he told journalists on board he did not wish to debate President Trump, clarifying his primary mission is to preach the gospel of peace to the people of Africa, not the White House. Later today, the Pope will visit a church where Catholic priests once baptized slaves before they were shipped off to the Americas. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Colombo, Angola.
Australia's most decorated living soldier is facing war crimes charges. Ben Robert Smith's been accused of multiple murders linked to his service in Afghanistan.
I'm extremely proud of all of the men and women that served alongside me in Afghanistan, and their service and sacrifice should never be forgotten, particularly those who made the ultimate sacrifice, many of whom were my friends.
He denied the allegations. He says he plans to fight the charges in court. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here? How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
A surprise at a college football stadium Saturday.
Under bright blue skies and with a large American flag attached to him fluttering, the skydiver floated over Lane Stadium in Blacksburg, Virginia, on the field of Virginia Tech football scrimmage, as people in the stands watched the course of the unidentified parachutist veered, and he crashed into the giant video screen of the scoreboard. A parachute appeared stuck between the C and the H on the Virginia Tech lettering on top of the scoreboard before first responders rescued him. He's okay. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Trader Joe's is paying $7.4 million to settle a class action lawsuit. You might be entitled to some money. The suit claims some stores printed receipts in 2019 showing too many credit card digits, increasing the risk of identity theft. The company denies wrongdoing. Shoppers who used a card between March and July of that year might be eligible. Claims must be filed online by early June. The final court hearing is set for August. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and cool this afternoon with a mix of clouds and sunshine along with a spotty shower, high 52. A couple of showers around tonight which may mix with some wet snowflakes late, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And now,
you want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle.
Lenny McAllister.
The way we bring back America and bring people together is by making sure we hold everybody accountable in a 360 fashion.
Yes, there is a change that we can believe in, but it will never come from a politician or a government program.
Lenny McAllister.
Yeah!
Well spoken.
We got to move away from the American Idol soundbite nature of politics back to the American statesman of humble servant leadership that we used to see in politics.
If we get some common sense governance from both sides of the aisle, we can finally get Americans through the recession, not just Wall Street.
Principles or politics? I'd rather have principles. I speak to the kids in the street. Well, I'm never going to lay down being conservative just as much as I'll never lay down being a proud African American.
kill like a black republic. Money I got coming in. Can't turn my back on the hood. I got love for them.
Welcome to another Sunday edition. You and I together here on News Radio KDKA. Gonna talk to some folks today. Gonna talk to you today. Not immediately. 866-391-1020 will be the phone number. 866-391-1020 will be the phone number, but not immediately. So don't rush to the phone lines now. There is no records given away by KTEL or anything else. You know, for those of you that don't know what the heck KTEL is, go look it up on the internet. That said, not going to the phone lines immediately, because I always, as you well know, try to take the beginning of the show, this Lenny McAllister with you here on News Radio KDKA, always try to take the beginning of this 4-hour journey that we're going to take together and just try to, among other things, shout out some good things or recap my week or something else along those lines. I also told you all last week that starting at the beginning of the show until a Venn diagram of one, An American Story, comes out, which again hits bookshelves everywhere August 11th. You can get more information on the book and on me at lennymcallister.com. But that said, I also said that at the beginning of every show, I'm going to read just a small passage from Venn to give you an opportunity to see what you would be getting should you, hopefully, prayerfully, choose to buy a Venn diagram of one, whether you pre-order it now from Barnes & Noble or other online retailers, or you decide to pick up a hard copy on August 11th on the day. That said, the quote that I'm going to do today is actually tied to my week. So I had two fantastic things that happened over the last 72 hours, roughly. I'll get to Thursday second. I'll get to Friday first, just because I'm jiggy like that. So, Friday, had the wonderful honor and joy to watch my lovely wife win a Mendelian Award for Excellence in Biology. She has a 3.88 GPA as a STEM major, a biology major. Now, you can only tell a woman's age when she's a public figure, so she does not have a problem with me telling you that she is 53 years old. And plus, by the way, let's just be real, you know, GB, DB. That's going on with her. GB, DB. By the way, there's going to be a segment of you all that don't know what GB, DB means. And there's going to be another segment of you that knows exactly what GDBD means. And you're going to be like, ha, 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 ha. Actually, it's GBDC. You know exactly what that is. GBDC. That's some of you. Some of you all, you're just going to be in the dark. And that's a clue, dark. That said, she don't mind me telling you that she's 53 years old. In fact, I didn't just tell her. And the reason why I'm going to start it out today, because it ties into the quote that I'm going to read today from a Venn diagram of one to start off the show. But on top of that, I continuously tell her she is an example to many, many Americans out there that take on a second act later in life, and that her story, her trek, her journey, her success it's a symbol of what all of us can do, and that example means something to people out there in America. So to illustrate that point, I kind of did a little bit of a mental exercise by way of using something that's more intelligent than me, artificial intelligence, which says a lot about me, I guess. That, and maybe you too. So I went into the interwebs, and I click-clacked on the computer, and I said, "Dear computer, tell me the odds of Lenny McAllister, at age 53, African-American woman, studying biology and graduating magna cum laude as an undergrad student with a GPA of 3.88 as a second act student." Fascinating answer. What a wonderful question. And what an impressive achievement. Let me break this down thoroughly, because while there's no single statistic that captures this exact scenario, we can piece together the relevant data to appreciate just how remarkable that is. The short answer, the odds are extraordinarily low. roughly estimated in the range of 1 in 500 to 1 in 1,000 among people who share similar demographics. And then it broke down some other things. Age. Only 8 to 10% of undergraduate students are over 40, and students over 50 make up roughly 2 to 3% of all undergraduates. 2 to 3% of all undergraduates. Completion rates for adult learners are also lower. Around 30 to 40% of them finish their degrees. Race and gender. Black women earn about 6 to 7% of all bachelor's degrees. Now, while black women actually enroll in college at relatively higher rates, they face well-documented systemic barriers, financial pressures, caregiving responsibilities, and institutional inequities that lower completion rates. Then it goes on to magna cum laude. Typically requires a GPA of 3.7 or higher. Only 5 to 10% of all graduates earn magna cum laude. Biology is among the more demanding STEM majors, meaning that the GPA of 3.88 is exceptional by any standard. But then it goes to this. It says, if you layer the possibilities together and then look at these probabilities, being 53, being an African-American woman, returning to school as a second act student, and choosing biology as a major, and doing so with a 3.88 GPA, you're looking at the intersection of several low probability events. A rough, and this is what AI said, a rough back of the envelope estimate. Roughly 3% of undergrads are 50 plus years old. 35% of those complete their degree. Roughly 7% are black women among the graduates. Roughly 7% earn magna cum laude honors. And then being a biology major adds another filter to that. It multiplied the odds and said basically 1 out of every 38,000 undergraduate students would fit that criteria, making the percentage 0.0026%, less than 0.003 of 1%. How many people in the nation fit this profile? AI continued. There are roughly 4 million people earning bachelor's degrees this year. If we multiply that 0.0026%, 4 million people times 0.0026% is approximately 104 people in the United States of America. And then AI continues and says, that's being generous. If we tighten the criteria to specifically biology, not just any STEM field, and specifically magna cum laude at 3.88 plus, not just honors, the real number is likely closer to 30 to 50 women in the entire country in any given year. To put that in everyday terms, this is for you, Pittsburgh, especially starting Thursday. There are more people drafted into the NFL each year than there will be that meet that criteria annually. There are more people struck by lightning in the United States each year, roughly 100, than the 30 to 50 women in the entire country based on the odds that I fed into the click-clack to compute it for me in regards to what I witnessed on Friday. So I bring that up, number one, because I'm a proud black man of my black wife. Now, any male would be proud of his female, and any husband would be proud of his wife. But listen, I live in Pittsburgh, and I need to emphasize the pride I have in this African-American woman doing it in this city. Because I know the statistics here. I know it's harder for black women in this city more than any other city in the United States. So I'm starting there. But back to Venn before I go to break. Here's my quote from a Venn diagram of one in relation to what I witnessed on Friday, the pride that I had, the tears that I shed. I didn't cry, you cried. And just the significance for anybody, black, white, Asian. Doesn't matter. male, female, young, old. If you put your mind to it, especially if you're a second act person, you can do it. I witnessed it again on Friday. The quote from Venn. A Venn diagram of one coming out August 11th. You can pre-order it. But I talk about Friday's moment proactively. As you know, I met a girl my junior year that also overcame being a college dropout. She overcame being pushed to the periphery of American society. She overcame being ostracized. She overcame being physically battered and emotionally battered. And she started giving back to her community. She regained her footing for life. She secured her potential. She regained her place in academia. She obtained high marks and enjoyed life experiences that seemed improbable, if not impossible, just a few years earlier. She traveled and researched in the Galapagos, a dream deferred and eventually denied until opportunities sprouted from her earned security and forged empowerment. She's becoming the scientist she longed to be since childhood, as the secure and empowered woman she needed to be as an adult. She earned the Mendelian Award for Excellence in Biology, graduating with honors 25 years after being told she didn't belong in college. That was my Friday. One heck of a Friday. And so I very, very much say I love my lovely wife. I am proud of my lovely wife, but I hold her up proudly, and I think she does it herself proudly, as an example as to what all of us can do individually, and heck, considering these turbulent cultural times and civic times and geopolitical times, what we can do with second acts if we're intentional in being smart about it, being thoughtful about it, being persistent with it, and being driven to the goal irregardless of what's around us or what other people say. So I love my bunnies. I'm very proud of her. And I highlight what I saw on Friday in a book that you can get by going online or waiting until August 11th. That said, I'm going to tell you about my Thursday when I come back, and then I'm going to tie that into something that happened years ago that I think is rather ironic that I want to bring up at the bottom of the hour. But first, I'm going to break here on News Radio, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing. 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
Army Corporal Thomas Wallman of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star Medal for gallantry in action on the 26th of June, 1951 in Korea. His company was given the mission of securing a hill position heavily defended by enemy troops. Approaching the objective, the company was halted by automatic weapons fire and hand grenades from enemy bunkers. Corporal Wallman quickly realized that the first of those bunkers had to be knocked out before his company could advance. Without hesitation, he obtained an automatic rifle and ran forward through enemy fire. Though half blinded and dazed by grenade concussion, Wallman reached the bunker, pointed his weapon into its entrance, firing until the enemy weapons were silenced.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Now you may ask, okay, what was Thursday? Thursday was a different type of big day, and I understand. Now, usually I get on here and I open up the phone lines and I let you all kind of go where you want to go in regards to what's going on internationally, nationally, locally, statewide, and we'll do some of that. I have the Pennsylvania GOP chair coming on at 4:30. I have Mark Brentley coming on, talking about take a father to school. I'll talk about that during the 5 o'clock hour, and I have somebody that will tie into something that happened to me 15 years ago. So I'm doing that. But I live a rather unique life. Again, I've called myself, I even did it in the book, called myself the Black Forrest Gump for a reason. Because it seems like every time you turn around, there's something unique happening in my life that even my, and I say peers, we're all peers. We're all children of God, so I don't feel like I'm better than anybody. But when I say peers, I mean in my quote-unquote industry, because I have several lanes of that. So that's even a little nebulous term for me. But I say all that to say, even the people that do the public speaking, that do media, that do have a radio show or write a book, they don't quite have these confluences of experiences, the Venn diagram experience, if you will. Like how I tied in the book tie to that. You're like, dude, seriously? It is what it is. I have a PR team. They stay on my case about this stuff. Trust me, I get demerits if I don't bring it up. That said, I wanted to bring up what transpired Thursday. So Thursday, I was at Grove City College for their Institute for Faith and Freedom annual conference. And a lot of different things transpired. And a lot of conservatives will recognize some of these names and understand the significance of it. So I gave a 20-minute address talking about school choice, but I used the 1852 speech, what is the 4th of July to the American Negro or slave, depending on what title you see. Not exactly what they were expecting to hear. One, as the only African-American speaker. Two, to take a speech where Frederick Douglass, who is beloved by everybody, particularly the conservative movement, everybody, but the conservative movement has really adopted Douglass over the last 30 years or so. To take a speech where Douglass is literally angry and insulted and frustrated with people and called them hypocrites and said, I don't even share in this celebration. I used that to contrast America 250, which you can imagine was a little bit of a different twist. And I'm doing this in a 20-minute address where I have the quotes from Frederick Douglass and Frederick Douglass's image on the screen behind me, while I am both telling people at America 250 we can't have segments of the country feel the same exact way that Douglass did in 1852, while also saying that even in that same speech, Douglass talked about hope, and he did. He talked about the glorious Constitution, and he did. He said he was leaving the speech with hope, and he did. And I implored people, maybe it wasn't imploring, but it was at least prodding, encouraging, maybe imploring, the audience to do the same in America 250, in saying that education equity, school choice was more than just fiscal policy or education policy. If education wasn't tied to liberty, if education did not allow everyday Americans to feel like they were more involved as citizens, then we failed. I don't care if kids go to better schools. if that's the only thing they'll do. If they can't get better jobs, if they can't vote without impediments, if they can't find equality because we gave them school choice and then we got behind policies that still created second-class citizenship, it didn't matter. So I guess I did, implore them to make sure that we're consistent with our principles from school choice to empowering citizens throughout their lives, using school choice as that platform, as that launching pad. Now, I had an opportunity to have everybody from Larry Reed, from Fee down in Atlanta, to Michael Medved, the world-famous conservative, never Trumper, but radio show host, and multi-time New York Times best-selling author. They both came up to me to commend me on the speech. I will likely be doing Mr. Medved's show nationally to talk about the book and the speech in the coming weeks. I will likely be doing something with Fee down in Atlanta in the coming weeks or months based on the book and the speech. And then I got a chance to be on a panel talking about the documentary film, The Impossible Dream, done by Grove City College's Will Hearn. I am in the documentary. Documentary is about an hour and 5 minutes long. We did a panel after the documentary talking about the filming, talking about the messages that were in the film and the significance of doing the film. That was a great time as well. I say all that because the truth is, folks, when you call in here at 866-391-1020, I take part of you with me to do that in order to try to make the country and every environment that I'm in better. One, I thank you for that. Two, I need you to understand that that is my focus. Not to be famous, not to be witty, not to be viral. To be a contributor to make the country better. And it was good to see two people that have been leaders for quite some time in the country see that, acknowledge that effort, and want to work with me on that. So kudos to Mr. Reed and to Mr. Medved. I'm looking forward to working with them soon. Thank you, Dr. Paul Kangor, for having me as always. And I look forward to being in touch with all of them again soon. In the meanwhile, I'm going to the news. I'm going to talk about something that was a chapter in my life 15 years ago with one of the biggest corporations in the world that seems to find itself on the wrong side of another class action suit, charging discrimination or bad behavior. What am I talking about? You got to come back after the news here on News Radio KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yes, News Brief. A mass shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police spokesperson Chris Bordelon.
We have at least 10 individuals that were struck by gunfire last night in a domestic disturbance. 8 of these individuals are deceased.
Those 8 were children. President Trump demanding Tehran hand over its enriched uranium. The BBC's Frank Gardner.
Iran wants to continue to enrich uranium. The problem is to enrich a whole load of uranium to 60%, well beyond what you need for civil or medical purposes. It's a short hop from there to 90% to make a bomb.
When will the Strait of Hormuz reopening gas prices come down? Energy Secretary Chris Wright told CNN.
It won't be in the too distant future. People are ready to go. Ships are there. The United States put through 2 warships through the Straits. We can open it one way or the other, but the best way to do it is to have an end to the conflict.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
Here's the tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till GoodRx wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
I'm all in on these amazing April savings, and so is Frank Dentisi. Right, Frank?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Porterhouse or T-bone steaks for $12.99 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 8-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli, General Tso's or sesame orange chicken with rice meals, $6.99 each. An additional savings this week, Stone Ridge Creamery ice cream, 48-ounce containers, 2 for $6.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A passing shower or two this afternoon, otherwise clouds and sunshine, windy and cool, high 52. Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers, even a snow shower later on, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, under .1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
All right, 37 past hour number 1. Lenny McAllister here with you. Phone lines are open, 866-391-1020. I told you I would talk about my Friday. I did. My Thursday. I did. Now I'm going to go into the Wayback Machine and talk about something that happened a lot further back than Friday and Thursday. Namely, 15 years ago. It's hard to believe it's the 15-year anniversary for this. I put anniversary in air quotes for this. A story came across my desk where there is a McDonald's owner and operator that is suing McDonald's for basically unethical business practices, even discriminatory business practices that some of these owners and operators are alleging. Now, of course, those of you that know me know the irony of that, which is 15 years ago this summer, I had a mentee who was a full-time employee. This is also in a Venn diagram of an American story. And I talk about, with this story, I talk about, the old Rosie Perez quote from White Men Can't Jump. Sometimes you win, you lose, and sometimes you lose, you win, and sometimes you win when you don't play, and sometimes you don't win when you do play. Or I'm paraphrasing her quote. But this is definitely sometimes when you lose, you win. So I had a mentee. He and his girlfriend been together 2 years. They get pregnant. They're both in college. He's ROTC, award-winning cadet. She's on the dean's list. They've been together for 2 years. She gets pregnant. At 6.5 months, she starts leaking fluid. Baby's born prematurely, baby dies. 36 hours after the baby is born prematurely. The full-time employee, my mentee at Chicago State, he goes to miss work because his child's in the NICU. Hello? So calls in, hey, I can't come in. My girl gave birth prematurely. Something's not right. I got to be there. That's day one. Now, mind you, he's a full-time employee. So even if you don't get paid, you have this thing called FMLA. Just letting you know, Family Medical Leave Act. Been around since the 90s. This is in 2011. The next day, baby's on death's door. He calls in a second day. I think my child may pass away if he doesn't get through the night. Baby Naeem. Little boy had a name and everything. Calls in. Lets them know. Even if he doesn't get paid, he has FMLA. He's a full-time employee. Shift. He's the swing shift manager. 40 hours a week. Baby passes away, unfortunately. He goes to call in and let them know. They go, well, you ain't got a job here no more. He talks to the owner-operator. Owner-operator basically tells him off and says, you didn't come in twice. You don't got a job here no more. I see the kid on campus distraught. as you can quite imagine. He's 21 years old. So it's a happy accident pregnancy with somebody he cares about. They're doing the right things, even though they're not married, but they're doing the right things. Tragedy strikes, and then this happens. He was like, nobody cares about me, my family. This kid's on the brink. He's on the brink. I'm thinking, and this is 15 years ago, 2011. I go and call the owner-operator of McDonald's because, 1, he's an African-American. 2, McDonald's is headquarters in the Chicagoland. 3, this guy started as a Southsider, black kid, on the fries machine, doing exactly what my mentee was doing. So I'm like, this can't possibly, like, this, he must have gotten fired over something else. This can't possibly be right. And I call, I'll never forget. Call the guy, talk to him. Guy goes, who are you? I'm like, well, I'm Gentry Castleberry's, one of his mentors here at Chicago State. He ain't need no bleep, bleep, bleep. Mentor before I fired his bleep. Why does he need one now? I was like, oh, here it goes. I just channeled my Keenan and Kel. Oh, here it goes. So I tried my best. That's for all you Nickelodeon fans out there, by the way. Grab your orange soda. That said, I tried to tactfully talk to this dude. This dude was having none of it and then hung up on me. Okay. So I long story short, for those of you that know the rest of the story, I went on the air the next day. And I said, listen, I said 2 things. Number 1, this is intolerable. These are 2 kids that are trying to get an education, trying to do the right things, and one of them serving the country as part of ROTC. Number 2, if a white guy did this to a black kid that was trying to do this and try to be there for his black girlfriend and his black child, we'd be marching down MLK Boulevard screaming, we shall overcome. I said, but this is a black owner-operator that did this to a black kid and a black girl and a black baby. What y'all gonna do about it? So then I said, now listen, y'all might want an Egg McMuffin this morning. You might be hungry or hankering for a sausage McMuffin with cheese. But here are the 4 McDonald's you better not go to. And I listed off that owner-operator's McDonald's. I gave the addresses, bop, 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 bop. I'm not going to tell you not to go to McDonald's, but you better not go to these 4. Don't go to these 4 and then tell me that you're frustrated with black kids in our community, because never, ever, 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 ever call in here again and complain about black youth if you can't support these 2 black youth at the worst moment of their lives. And for my radio show, which I used to get some callers, lines blew up. Blew up. Chapters of the NAACP from the South Side got behind I called it a holiday from those 4 McDonald's. They got behind the holiday. It became a thing. Well, sometimes when you win, you lose. Sometimes when you lose, you win. The black owner and operators of America called into the station, was like, little black boy that's on the air causing all the troubles, do something about him. And next thing you know, I was off the air, and then I was off the air. Now, if you further do the research, you will see that both the Blaze, the Tea Party movement, former Black Panthers, and the NAACP all got together on the south side of Chicago, including a young Charlie Kirk. May his soul rest in peace. He was one of the people that came to this meeting on Cottage Grove, which is a very famous street going north and south down the south side of Chicago. And they met Cottage Grove Avenue to talk about the state of education. 1, how do we help these 2 kids going through the worst period of time in their lives? They raise money to make sure that those kids can go back to school. Number 2, and funeral expenses. And number 2, how do we now help poor black kids advance education in their lives moving forward? And for a small period of time, everybody from Tea Party patriots, including a recently graduated Charlie Kirk from high school and other Tea Party activists, worked with former Black Panthers and the NAACP to work on those two things. There was a story that used to be on The Blaze about it, Glenn Beck's website. There are other stories out there that are still on the internet about it. So, one, as you can imagine, I don't go to McDonald's no more. I'm just saying. No offense to McDonald's, no offense to Ronald or anybody else, but no. Number two, I might be kidding, I might not be. Number two, you talk about the power of pulling people together. And people may say, I know you're promoting your book a lot. You keep talking about the name. It's a very interesting title, a Venn diagram of one. But I have stories like that in my background that most people would say that could have never happened. Well, it's documented. Go look. So that to me is the reason why I wrote the book, the reason why I will be reading quotes, the reason why I am doing what I do here, where you will see me both talk to the right and they'll yell at me and you're a rhino. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I know conservatism better than you. They'll say something, I'll jam them up. They'll go, "Arr!" and then I'll hang up. And then there are people on the left that will tell me about, all Tea Party people are racist. They never do anything to help black people. And I have way too many stories that refute that. And then they'll go, you're just an Oreo. You are a bleep, 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 bleep. And they'll go, "Arr!" and then I'll hang up on them. Because I have these lived experiences that prove to me that if we just get out of our way, it can actually work a lot more often than it does. Now, of course, very, very narrowly. And Van Jakes was supposed to call in. We're having some technical difficulties. Might not be able to get him today. So phone lines are open, 866-391-1020. The third aspect of this is, of course, with somebody that has all this in their background from McDonald's, you can only imagine should I even use the word delicious in McDonald's in the same sentence? I don't know. You can imagine the delicious irony I saw when a client or two from the south side of Chicago are suing McDonald's the same way my former mentee, which, by the way, he did sue McDonald's, and I do believe there was a settlement. He was in the right, which is why I stood up for him. He did have FMLA. It's a federal law that was available to him. Could have had unpaid time off. You can only imagine when I saw the story, I just chuckled. And then the person that sent me the story as part of the PR team for the situation, I just chuckled. I'm like, are you trolling me? And we both laughed. I say all that not to point out McDonald's per se, but to say that even the biggest and the brightest and the richest are not always in the right. So, Godspeed to all of them. Hopefully it all gets worked out. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020. I will get to your phone calls. I will continue on. Like I said, I have the PA GOP chairman coming up at 4:30. I have Take a Father to School Day coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. In the meanwhile, I got your phone calls after the break on News Radio KDKA.
We're only 4 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At Easy Cater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. The 9 a.m. staff meeting? How about breakfast burritos and lots of coffee? Big client presentation at noon? Let's do Mediterranean bowls. Accounting's gotta work late. Keep them pepped up with spicy noodles. With Easy Cater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger, to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446. Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
You know, that's one of the things it's not really natural. It's both unnatural but necessary when several things. Number one, when you're a public figure. Two, when you write a book. Three, when you write something that's supposed to be inspiring. I mean, there are some people that write books and they're just trolling people. They're just pontificating on talking points. The liberals hate America because fill in the blank. Or the Republicans are really Russians. That's why both words start with the letter R. Whatever. But when you're trying to do something meaningful with your words, spoken word, written word, there's an obligation to also explain why you wrote it, why you said it, which may or may not be natural. I like telling stories. I don't like necessarily always having to unpack why the story is significant or continuously say, yeah, this really only happens to me. I mean, even Friday, I was honored to have one kid that was playing at a gala at the same exact time my wife is winning a prestigious award. I read to you the odds of her winning that award at her age as a second act student with that GPA and in that major as an African-American woman. And she's still fine, y'all. That said, those odds are bad enough as it is. Then you add to it the fact, oh yeah, and by the way, have one of my kids like 5, 6, 7 miles away playing an instrument at a gala at the same exact time. What are the odds? So when you have those type of experiences, or, hey, and by the way, 24 hours earlier, I was up with one of the leading Reagan biographers in the country, one of the leading radio show hosts in the country over the last 25 years, and one of the leading conservative think tank leaders over the last 20 to 25 years. A think tank, by the way, FEE's been around since the 1940s. This is not a, Johnny-come-lately organization. All that happened within the course of 36 hours? There's got to be something to learn from that, analyze from that, take from that, be inspired by that. And not inspired by me per se, but inspired by the fact that even in 2026, people from non-traditional backgrounds, which I am from, I am not, my grandfather was not governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Unlike a whole lot of politicians around here whose daddy, grandfather, uncle, auntie are related to somebody, and then you all think that they're so amazing, but in fact, it's just been nepotism for the last 100 years, digressing. I don't come from that. Which is fine. Neither do you. Neither do most of you. And there's something to be said about saying that we all still have a place in this country. We all can do unique things, and we all can be contributors moving forward. That's why I share. Not because I think I'm all that. In fact, the less I think that I'm all that, the more I think that I can serve people and speak for other people and edify other people and uplift people. But it's also to reflect that you have a place too, even in my own non-traditional way. My place is your place. But my house is not your house. So don't get it twisted. 866-391-1020. Going to break, going to the phone lines, going to come back for the top of the 3 o'clock hour here on the Marconi Award-winning News Radio, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Tragedy in Louisiana. 10 people were shot in a mass shooting in Shreveport. Among the dead, children. Here's KSLA TV's Jolia Daughtry.
2 women were shot. 1 was shot in the head, but the last we checked, she was still alive. Critical condition, of course, life-threatening injuries, but she's still alive, as well as the other woman who was in the scene as well. But we can confirm that 8 children, the youngest being 18 months old, the oldest being roughly 13 or 14 years old, were killed.
Police say this was a domestic disturbance. The gunman is also dead. Vice President Vance travels to Pakistan tomorrow for another round of talks with Iran. Senator Rick Scott is optimistic about the negotiations.
What's so great is if something good could happen here, we can have peace and prosperity in the Middle East, an opportunity for Iranians and everybody else.
A fragile ceasefire set to expire Wednesday. CBS Shoshana Mazel reports the Strait of Hormuz remains a point of contention.
Vessels and boats stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. The key waterway, which about 20% of the world's oil travels through, has been closed by Iran again. On Saturday, 2 Iranian gunboats fired on British and Indian tankers in the strait. The attacks came after Iran said the U.S. naval blockade on its ports constituted a violation of the ongoing ceasefire.
Meanwhile, London police are investigating whether a string of arson attacks on Jewish sites there are the work of Iranian proxies. Police official Vicky Evans.
As the conflict in the Middle East continues to evolve, counter-terrorism policing and our partners remain alive to the threat of Iranian hostile activity in the UK.
Pope Leo is in Angola, where he delivered Mass today, focusing on an end to war worldwide.
Pope Leo is visiting the Marian shrine of Mama Muxima, where Catholic priests once baptized slaves before they were shipped to the Americas. Earlier, at a Mass in Quilamba, the Pope said there is still cause for hope, pointing to a ceasefire in Lebanon, even as he warned that hope remains fragile. He said he is deeply saddened by a recent escalation of attacks in Ukraine, noting that civilians continue to suffer, and again called for weapons to fall silent and for dialogue to take their place. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Luanda, Angola.
And a life jacket worn by a first-class passenger on the Titanic just sold at auction in England for more than $900,000. A seat cushion from one of the lifeboats also sold for about $500,000. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Your health is impacted not by how much weight you gain, but also when you gain it.
A Swedish study of over 600,000 people found the longer you live with obesity, the higher the risk of things like heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and liver cancer. Tanya Stocks was part of the study team.
Obesity onset between ages 17 to 30 was associated with a 70% higher risk of all-cause mortality compared to those that never developed obesity before age 16.
In women, weight gain at any age, even after 45, was linked to higher cancer death rates, a pattern researchers say may involve hormonal changes after menopause. Brad Gibson for CBS News.
Feeling itchy and sneezy? It is allergy season, and the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America has ranked the worst cities for people with allergies. Topping the list, Boise, Idaho, followed by San Diego, California. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and cool this afternoon with a mix of clouds and sunshine, along with a spotty shower, high 52. A couple of showers around tonight, which may mix with some wet snowflakes late, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, going to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. I want to talk a little bit about the draft later on in the show and just Pittsburgh and everything else. I got a special guest who is special every single week, but he's not a guest. He works here, y'all. So we'll talk to him in a little bit. That said, going to the phone lines, Mike the Millennial out in Colorado. You're on KDKA.
Lenny, great to be with you this week. How are you?
I'm doing well, child of God. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, I did not even know Michael Medved still had like a national show. He used to be on a station here in Denver, 560 KLZ, but I didn't even know he was on the air still. Wow, that's a blast from the past.
He is often at Grove City College as well. He's been at that conference for several years. This year he was the lunchtime keynote. Fascinating conversation. Part of it is with Medved, Mike, is the fact that he doesn't like doing the rage conservatism. That's kind of where it is with him. So because he has been that principled conservative that's been in that lane for quite some time, it's not vogue. So if you're competing against like for one point in time, before he went into the government service and then back out of it, if it's Medved versus Bongino, the average American conservative is now going to get into the rage machine and listen to Bongino. If you want to listen to something that's much more intellectual and something that's much more thoughtful, that's not driven by rage or clickbait, you're going to listen to Medved. But that's not where American politics has been. So that name is a name that I've respected for years, but to your point, you don't necessarily hear about on 1,000 stations or whatever like you used to.
Yeah. No, I mean, I remember I listened to his show growing up a little bit because, I used to listen to like all the, conservative radio growing up, but I remembered him as being a really principled conservative, more along the lines of someone like a Jim DeMint maybe, or William F. Buckley, like those really principled conservatives. And that's what I remember about him. But it's good to hear he's still on the radio. And like I said, I didn't even know that, but that's awesome. You got to meet him, and he's a pretty cool guy, definitely.
He very much is. And he, his talk was fascinating. He talked about divine providence in the ongoing more perfect union aspect of America, but he picked 3 stories that you would not even have thought about, including William Seward, who was the Secretary of State under Lincoln. I did not know, and people did not know this, that, everybody knows about the assassination plot, Mike. And they got Lincoln, and they were going after others. They went after Seward. He was stabbed 4 times. But what people don't know, just publicly, or it's out there, but not something you hear about often when you talk about this story, is the fact that Seward apparently fell out of his carriage about a week prior, broke his face, including his jaw. He had a metal contraption on his face to try to heal the jaw, made out of steel. Well, when the guy came in after assaulting his son, came up to kill Seward, he was trying to stab him in the jugular vein to take him out. And although he stabbed him 4 times, he couldn't get to the jugular. Why? Because this steel contraption that was on his face to help his jaw heal was blocking the blade. And because of that, everybody that was aligned with Lincoln, there were still some people that were alive. It wasn't just Andrew Johnson. And Medved contended that if it were just Andrew Johnson, who literally, as we all well know, got impeached and was a Southern sympathizer and really was asleep on the job, if he was the only one running the show, what would the United States of America look like after 1865? He contends that because Seward and others survived, in part because of Seward's contraption on his face, America had a chance to stumble through even decent years of Reconstruction for 12 years before, or 11 years, until the Compromise of 1876. But I digress. He did a fantastic job of talking about those type of things during the lunchtime keynote.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, I had a quick kind of story I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to give you real quick, if we had just a second, a really good book recommendation I just read. Looking forward to reading your book too, but I read a book this past week by Montel Williams, actually. It's called Mountain, Get Out of My Way. It was his first book. And he just talked about how he ended up, Montel landing his show and how he overcame a lot of adversity in his childhood. And I wanted to give you a heads up about that, to check that book out maybe. He was a pretty amazing, well, he still is, but pretty amazing his deal with multiple sclerosis, kind of dealing with that. But yeah, I wanted to tell you about that. But hey, real quick before I get off the air, there was this article in the New York Times today. I know you had brought up Charlie Kirk earlier, talking about this Turning Point event this past week that J.D. Vance spoke at in Athens, Georgia, and it was pretty sparsely attended. There was about 1,200 people there. That's a big college area, a big contingency of young conservatives in that area, University of Georgia. And this article highlighted some of the group's most pressing long-term challenges. Chief among them is whether Turning Point USA can cement its place at the center of American conservatism now that the charismatic Charlie Kirk is gone. Photos of the stands circulated online with prominent conservative Charlie Sykes, the Never Trump commentator, referred to it as the empty hall embarrassment. And there was this article talked about this Arkansas chapter of Turning Point that recently shut down because they said they said other people are trying to essentially speak for Charlie Kirk, citing the Iran war, for example. Charlie Kirk was vehemently against war in Iran, and Turning Point has kind of been trying to frame that as a good thing going to what Trump is trying to do with Iran. So, yeah, I thought that would be interesting to kind of bring up and get your thoughts on all that.
Well, Mike, first and foremost, again, as somebody that had an opportunity to know him in his earlier part of his career, he was never one that shied away from opinions. So it's hard to replicate any one person, especially if that individual is not trying to read off talking points to you. So when you're talking about the founder of an organization, the founder of a movement, it is hard to replicate that. Go back to, for example, people forget about Andrew Breitbart. Ironically, his name came up on Thursday at Grove City College. And you think about how Breitbart's name was post his untimely death versus what it was when Breitbart was alive, Andrew Breitbart. And you can't pivot a movement as fast as the founder can, because the founder can articulate exactly why the movement is pivoting as it is, or the positions are being taken as they are, and they get an opportunity to stand up for either a cogent nature of the arguments, or they have to explain the contradictions. You can't do that second person. You sure as heck can't do that third person. So what Turning Point is finding out is that they're running into the same problem that the Breitbart crew had about 15 years ago. Just the same, you have this complicated aspect of it where the widow is still out there trying to run the organization. She's not the highest profile female affiliated with Charlie Kirk, which is a problem when you're the widow. The highest profile female affiliated with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point is still Candace Owens. And so when the widow and the highest profile female affiliated with Turning Point are conflicting on so many different things, and it's obvious they don't like each other, they don't trust each other, how do you get momentum moving forward? And by the way, one is focused on raising money to keep the organization going. One is focused on her own platform, and there may be a business opportunity to contradict the organization that, by the way, fired her. Now, she may have still had some loyalty to Charlie Kirk because of her friendship, but there may not have been the same type of loyalty to the organization. And now once he's gone, it's full barrels blasting. So when you have that type of dynamic going on and contradictions on platforms and, a political reality that contravenes some of the things he may have said or may have written, you have this back and forth that's not going to allow you to have traction. I'm not shocked that this is transpiring. I wouldn't be surprised if Turning Point is not the same 5 years from now, because I don't think MAGA is going to be the same. I wouldn't be surprised if Turning Point is not the same. And many portions of the conservative movement that rose up around 2016 are not the same. People forget Charlie's organization was doing pretty well, and then he became friends with Don Jr. The last time I saw Charlie Kirk was at the RCAC here in Pittsburgh. And I walked in, because I was running for Congress, I walked in to drop off materials, and Don Jr. was there. And I looked, and I saw Don Jr., was surprised to see that. And then I looked over, and I see Charlie. Charlie was a tall dude. So it was hard to miss him. And I was just like, okay, wait a minute. I'm used to seeing him in Illinois. Why is he in Pennsylvania? Of course, he did the same thing. He's like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I live here. I'm from here. What are you doing here? He's like, I'm here with Don Jr. And that's...
Wait, he recognized you. Charlie Kirk recognized you?
We had known each other for 5 years.
That's
yeah,
amazing. Wow.
Yeah, we had known each other.
No, I'm not saying... That's awesome.
Yeah, I had known him since he was a high school junior. I mean, yeah, he's going to recognize me, and I was going to recognize him. So it was one of those things where I was like, I'm used to seeing you in Illinois. Wait a minute. And I got a little eyes Googled-eyed in my head for a second, and he looks at me, and he's kind of going, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm from here. And what are you doing here? I'm here with Don Jr., and we're doing an event, and we're campaigning, and we just started talking, and I had his old number, so I updated it with his new number, and he had my number, and you know, that's where that was 2016. That was the general election. I'm trying to remember. It was warm, so it must have been August, maybe, September, maybe, somewhere in there. I remember it being sunny outside. But, yeah, I say all that to say, when you have that individual in place and he built something that was around for 3 or 4 years until MAGA really got its roots. And by the way, MAGA didn't really get its roots until Jeb Bush got out of the race. People forget Donald Trump was an annoyance, but people thought Jeb Bush has the money, Jeb Bush has the name. People's frustration, just like they were frustrated about Biden, Trump again in 2024, people's frustration, if you may not recall this, but people's frustration back then was, oh, great. We're going to have another Bush versus Clinton. Oh, yay. Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton. Is this the best we can do? I don't think we want both of them running for the presidency. So, and then Jeb Bush wasn't very charismatic, and Hillary Clinton had her own toxicity that she came with. So in 2015, it was Donald Trump's an annoyance. He's at the top of the polls, but they looked at Donald Trump the same way they looked at Herman Cain and Ben Carson. Because they too were at the top of the polls as celebrity candidates. So even then, Charlie was not making a brand name being affiliated with MAGA. That really didn't take off until Jeb Bush got out of the race, and it started seeming as though, wait a minute, this Trump guy is actually going to gain some momentum. So it's just a weird dynamic that you can't explain as easily or as well once the founder is gone.
Yeah. Well, I think the kind of focus on this article in this Arkansas chapter of Turning Point, why they disbanded, is because they felt like Turning Point was going in a direction that was not central to what Charlie Kirk created Turning Point to kind of represent, as far as being, a really principled form of conservatism. It's interesting. It harkens back. I don't know if you remember Jonathan Crone, but he was a really young conservative, I believe during the 2008 through 2010, that time range. And he was all about, the principles of conservatism and getting back to the real roots of conservatism. And then he switched over to the Democrat side as he got older. And I think, when you see the kind of the MAGA confluent, what Trump has kind of brought into it, there's a lot of things that Charlie Kirk agreed with Trump, but there's a lot of things that he disagreed with Trump. Iran kind of being one of those main things kind of coming to the forefront of the national kind of consciousness right now. And so it is interesting when you think, is Turning Point going the direction that Charlie Kirk would have wanted it to had he still been here? And you're right. I think it would be a lot different if he was still here, but I think it's going to be a lot different in the future. And you make some really good, valid points there, Lenny. So, yeah, thank you.
Mike, I appreciate your phone call as always. I'm going to actually give more feedback on your call because, ironically enough, The Impossible Dream, the documentary that I was in that aired in a world premiere private setting on Thursday, was dedicated to Charlie Kirk by Will Hearn, the filmmaker. But I want to get to some of those points because there's an overlooked aspect to what Mike brought up as well. But I'll do that after I come back from this small break here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It started with a single room. Now, more than a decade later, many rooms and outside too. That CertaPro Painters has visited my house and made an amazing transformation. Get a free estimate quickly. Do it now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now, 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management, along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, let me go back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Luciano in Wilkes-Barre, you're on KDK.
Thank you, Lenny. Yeah, Lenny, what benefit is there in criticizing, good or bad, Charlie Kirk that was murdered by a person? What benefit is there in attacking him? He has no reason, he has no way to defend himself. It's unjust and unfair for a conversation about a man that was murdered.
No,
and
hold on, Luciano.
Go ahead.
I'm going to answer your question right now, okay? Number one,
disturbing.
No, it's not disturbing. When you're a public figure and you put as many opinions out there as he did and others over the course of our history, including me, by the way, somebody will do this to me 60 years from now. They will take a clip of something I said, they'll take the book, they'll take a speech, and they'll either interpret it the way they want or misconstrue it. Or accurately analyze it. But let me do this for you, Luciana. You want to know why personally, somebody that I loved, I'm going to criticize when it comes to certain things when it came to other things he said. Here's why. Because the same exact Charlie Kirk that sat there and broke bread with me, it's the same person that literally said, when I see a black pilot, I hope it's not a DEI hire. We just had a pilot that took a crew to the moon, and I have a black wife that ended up getting a 3.88 GPA in biology, and the Charlie Kirk that said the statement about the DEI pilot would probably be the same Charlie Kirk that would possibly allude to the fact that, well, yeah, I'm happy for you, Lenny, but maybe, was the course was really hard, or did they just make it a little easier for her because she was in her 50s? So you don't get to say those type of things, Luciano, and then say, please shield me from the critiques. They critique every president, every governor, Congress people, business people, and the like after they're gone. And when you say racially controversial things like that, and it still impacts our society today, where thousands of people say the same ignorant things, and I love Charlie, and he knows I did. Rest in peace, and may his soul be in the light. But when you say those type of ignorant and divisive things, they're still out there on the record, and they're still influencing people. So as a public figure, they're going to still be discussed. Now, I didn't slander I didn't slander his name. I've never slandered his name. But certain things that he said, especially when it impacts people that look like me, that have my last name, on top of that, yeah, I have a little bit of a right to bring it up, and I didn't even bring it up. The caller did.
Would you? Well, let me end it by saying this. Would you say the same thing if a black conservative Republican or a Hispanic person of color would say, would you attack him the same way? And he has
Luciana,
no way
you have to be ridiculous. Of course I would. I've done it all the time. I've done it. I have done it. My good. Green eggs and salami. Which, by the way, is pretty good if you've ever had green eggs and salami. It's different than green eggs and ham. That Dr. Seuss thing. The ham is overrated with green eggs. The salami is what makes it delicious. Appreciate your call as always, Luciano. But no, as a public figure, you get to be criticized. Trust me. I learned 20 years ago. You don't feed the animals at the zoo, and you don't read the comments online when you do something as a public figure, because the moment you say something, there's always going to be somebody that says something that not only do they not like about what you say, and they let you know it very easily, but on top of that, they go over and beyond and say some of the most ignorant and cruel things about you. And then, say things that you didn't even say. I don't do that with anybody, living or dead. And I didn't do that with Charlie Kirk. But let's just be fair. He is one of the reasons why Donald Trump went after DEI. I wrote about that in my book, how he was wrong on that. That he was somebody that stood for empowerment for people and then was trying to kill the empowerment of a certain segment of Americans. And that was wrong. When you're a public figure, you have given up the right to privacy to be critiqued on those type of positions. And I'm certain that people will do that to me now and 60 years from now when I'm no longer on this planet. I'm certain that somebody's going to say the same exact thing. It is what it is. Bishop, I'll come back to you after the news on News Radio KDKA.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tragedy in Louisiana. Shreveport police spokesperson Chris Bortleton says 10 were shot. 8 children died in a domestic-related attack.
The individual responsible, once leaving this scene, performed a carjacking right here in close proximity.
Vice President Vance will lead a U.S. delegation to Pakistan tomorrow for another round of talks with Iran. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi says details are limited.
We don't know who from the Iranian side will be going yet, but that's going to be important to see if they're authorized to even make a deal with this U.S. delegation.
On social media, President Trump again threatened to bomb civilian infrastructure if they don't take the deal. Senator Rick Scott told Fox News Sunday Democrats are getting in the way.
Trump is busting his butt to protect American lives. Why don't these Democrats get on board and say, thank God we have a president that quits appeasing these people and protects American lives?
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. Call 800-452-0119 today.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your number one pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller.
You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, but that's the way we get down. In a hick town underneath this Amarillo's. Hey, let's go! You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A passing shower or two this afternoon, otherwise clouds and sunshine, windy and cool, high 52. Mostly cloudy tonight with a couple of showers, even a snow shower later on, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, yeah, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
Now, before I get back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. I will say this, and I will say it and try not to sound arrogant. It's gonna sound arrogant. I'm just gonna say it out there. And I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna even put this caveat on there. Luciano, if you want to call back and push back on this statement, Mike will take your call at 866-391-1020. Because I know it's going to sound arrogant. But I'm going to provide you the opportunity to call in and refute this if you can. Here's why I get a little bit annoyed, even though I love Luciano, and I love other people that do this, but this is why I get a little bit annoyed when people bring up would you say this to another black Republican? Would you say this to a brown Republican? Would you this, would you that, would you the other? Listen. There isn't, yeah, it's going to sound arrogant, but I'm saying it anyway. And then I'm going to say, fight me on it. Prove to me I'm wrong on this. There's not 3 black Republicans in the United States of America that are better spoken than I am, that are more eloquent than I am, that are more reasoned than I am, that are more unifying than I am. Not 3. And I would even say that 3 is a very high number, and it might not be 2 or 1. Maybe as good, not better. So whenever somebody comes to me and says, I think that you wouldn't do this as a black Republican because fill in the blank, or, you know, whether it's on one side of the issue, you don't love black people, which I do because I've literally given up hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of my life to not denigrate black people and to stand up for black people and to stand up specifically for people that I have criticized from a political standpoint, the Obamas. And I can't criticize Mrs. Obama because she wasn't in office, but I can President Obama, and I did on policies. But I don't do the ape thing. I don't do the monkey thing. I don't do the Michelle Obama thing. No, you won't come on my show and do that. You will get jammed severely in a way that you'll never forget. But I say all that to say, when it comes to articulating a point, eloquence being unifying, and speaking from a black experience as a black Republican, there is not 3 people that do it better than me in the United States. So when I hear that, it kind of sets off my radar a little bit. And I bring this up in reference to what Luciano was saying. Would you criticize a black Republican the same way you're criticizing Charlie Kirk? Yes, I would. And as a matter of fact, the way I wrote about it in a Venn diagram of one, I made it a point to emphasize the fact that I loved Charlie. He was a good kid from what I knew. I told you the last time I saw him, we had a warm interaction like it always had been. And I still thought he was wrong on the DEI stuff. I still thought he was wrong on certain things. I do that with anybody on both sides of the aisle. I traveled with Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., a dude that ran for president on the Democratic ticket. You think that we agreed upon everything while we were sitting there at Cracker Barrel in Greensboro, North Carolina? Hardly. Hardly. But unlike some people on the right, I can actually have a debate with him, and he respected me. Now, have I critiqued him since he passed away? Not recently. I'm sure it'll come up if somebody says something. But again, you could do it in a respectful way. So later with the would you, this, that, and the other, because there's nobody better than me that does it in the United States. Maybe as good from a black Republican perspective. Not better. Yeah, that sounded arrogant, but probably truthful, too. 866-391-1020. Bishop and Denora, you're on KDKA.
You and Michael, I think Michael still will be in there with you, I believe.
I said 3. You got 1.
Yeah, I ain't going for no other. I can name some, but they're not. You and Michael still are very good. Now, I'm not going to elaborate on the Charlie Kirk. I'm not, but I will say this to that. Him, Martin Luther King, or whatever, they're all gone. It's hard to say what they would say. Now, I hear people quote all the time, Dr. King, this is what Dr. King, I would say. Well, no, because Dr. King was changing. See, now they're gone. They can't talk or continue to evolve. Am I right?
Yes, but you can still look at their writings and pick through some of the things that they would say. But to the point that to the point that you're bringing up and what Mike the Millennial said was there are people that are now trying to morph what he said into what they think he would say now. Now the flip side is political agendas live on. So yes, you have a segment of conservatives that want to hijack the turning point movement to benefit themselves politically, particularly in a midterm cycle where they should get shellackled based on the economy, geopolitical developments, and everything else along those lines. So they're trying to make sure that they have the same voters that help them win in 2024. They don't win the election in 2024 without that young conservative voter actually coming out. So that's why they're trying to hijack it.
I agree with you. Now, real quick, and I'm going to get to what I want to talk about. Martin Luther King, Dr. King, said at the end of his life, but we don't know how much was that evolved because he's gone. He said, I believe I led my people into a burning house. I believe that what he was saying was they were pushing integration and all this kind of stuff and so forth and so on. And he saw, but it was he was killed before it could evolve, in my opinion, because when integration really took its root and took its place, the black businesses went away in the black community. I mean, no doubt about it, because, there were black pharmacists, All black business was doing good. And they all went away because of integration.
But the flip side is but the flip side is, Brother Bishop, he also realized that if you keep integration, but you just try to fund integration separate but equal, it had already been proven over the course of 100 years, you're never going to have separate and truly equal. You're never going to have that. And even if you did economically, it would get to a point in time where it would have led to a second civil war. You just wouldn't have the United States of America anymore. This place would be 2 and 3 different countries. So he realized it was much more volatile than he thought it was. He may have said that out of underestimating the level of vitriol, which was hard to do considering all the vitriol that you had over 100 years. But maybe he said that because he underestimated the level of vitriol that some people would have in regards to integration and the fight that they would have to push back on integration.
That might be right. With Mayor O'Connell, he's doing good, but he's got to fix those I got something in my mouth. He's got to fix those potholes. Everybody gaining. He got to fix them. Now, here's my main point. There's been a lot of talk about the black business, as far as the draft and so forth and so on, which I think there's going to be a lot of businesses do good downtown. Here's the thing. The black folks that first of all, we don't have, that I know of, any black restaurants, one. Number two is, they didn't mobilize. We didn't mobilize. And I tried to tell them for a year, get yourself together. The only one that has a black business downtown, which sells very good, is Miss Trina Hicks, the cobbler, right down there near the strip district. Now,
but that's not the complaint. That's not the complaint that they had. The complaint that they had was they did try to get mobilized. They did try to get some connections, and they did not get headway. Now, and again, it's kind of blaming the victim in that regard, Brother Bishop, because you can't sit there and say you didn't mobilize. Well, how much does it cost to mobilize? You need about $75,000 worth of capital to mobilize. They don't have, oftentimes, beginning businesses and small businesses don't have just extra capital sitting on the side. So if you got to be a big fish to play, you can't blame the little fish for not being big fish. And if you set up the system for only the big fish, it's not a surprise that the little fish can't go into that pond. So it's a self-perpetuating cycle. At some point in time, if you want to uplift everybody in the community, you got to have some type of planning, and this goes to 2 mayoral administrations, both O'Connor and Gainey. You have to think about this with a certain level of proactivity to make sure that you're successful. Neither one of them did that, because the truth of the matter is, when you are part of the 7 blessed names of Pittsburgh politics, you only want to make sure you take care of the other 7 blessed names. That's a lot of this.
That may be true.
Oh, it is true. It's not maybe true. It is true. This town has been like that for a very long time. It's a one-party system, and then they go around and want to blame Donald Trump for the issues that have been in Allegheny County forever, and then they want to sit there and say it's the most wonderful place to live, and then ignore the de facto segregation and separation that you see in this community when it comes to economics and other factors. So you can't do that and then say we're so great. I don't know why they don't want to be involved.
Well, my thing is, like with this draft, with a lot of people going to make a lot of money. And for 2 or 3 years, in my opinion, a lot of money. My thing is, the black businesses, or so-called businesses, as Malcolm would say, they're not going to make the capital because they're not in the inner structure of this economic bonanza that's about to take place in roughly 3.5 days there. That's a tragedy.
Brother Bridge, I appreciate your focus. It's not going to be that much of a bonanza down there. The bonanza would happen is if we saw the population rise a little bit, where we highlighted the city and the region so much that people wanted to move here, that we convinced people that will graduate from college and from high school to stay in the region, which we have not been doing as successfully as we need to over the last 40 to 50 years. That's when it's a bonanza. Otherwise, people will spend a little bit of money here for about 3 to 4 weeks. They'll spend some money here if the Pirates are good, and that's that. That's shifting money around. That's not a bonanza. And the problem is, we keep calling that a bonanza. We get really, really happy when we see, the Fort Pitt Tunnel on Sunday Night Football. Oh, look at Pittsburgh. I love Pittsburgh too. I'm from here. But if you really love the region and you love the people of the region, you will build this into a world-class city, not a world-renowned city, not a city that people know from around the world because of these little yellow former dish rags. I love those things too. But if you love it enough to be world-class, you have to be world-renowned in your thinking and your innovation and your drive. And we don't do that enough here. So I'm sure everybody will be happy for a week. And we'll go right back to what we've had in this region for a mighty long time. And that's from a lack of vision and a lack of leadership. Let's just call it what it is. 866-391-1020. Coming back to Joanne after the break on News Radio KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm all in on these amazing April savings, and so is Frank Dentisi. Right, Frank?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut boneless pork loin chops or roast is $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In the deli, Boar's Head lower sodium ham is $10.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Comfort Plus Scott bath tissue, 12 count package, $4.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now I'm coming up on a break. Very soon, so I'm going to get to Joanne and others at the top of the hour. I just get a little fired up. Not that I'm mad. And a little fired up is not the same as being mad. I'm not angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. It's funny how the Incredible Hulk from the 1970s used to scare me as a kid. It was amazing. Not anymore. Told you I was a Spider-Man person last week. That said, I'll get to Joanne after the break because I don't want to cut her off. Others, 866-391-1020, I'll get to you as well. One, I get very passionate about this region because I genuinely believe that we spend way too much time on these airwaves. Did I say it out loud? That was supposed to be a quiet thought in my head. Oh, what the heck. On these airwaves, talking about very trivial things that impact Pittsburgh, and then wonder why when the statistics come out and they say, we're losing diversity. We're losing talent. Our population's not growing. Downtown's shrinking. The rental rate of office buildings is still not where we want it to be. People are still not spending money downtown. People are not living in Allegheny County. Because we don't have visionary leadership. We have people that are more focused on how many plastic bags you sell in Allegheny County or in the city of Pittsburgh than we are about how many jobs we've created in Allegheny County or the city of Pittsburgh. We think unity is taking some cute pictures on the north side before a playoff game or before the Ratbirds play. Yeah, we all hate the Ratbirds. We all love the Steelers. I get it. Now, can we keep people between the ages of 22 and 40 that look more like the growing demographic of the United States in this region? Can we create more jobs? Can we get some more innovation? Can we increase the academic performances of people and kids in the city of Pittsburgh, which, by the way, Mark Brentley is going to talk about during the 5 o'clock hour, would take your father to school day, which is great. I need more than just that. I get very passionate about that because I'm sick of minor league thinking, complaining about why we're not in the major leagues, and then swearing that we're all stars. Serrano hit a curveball. For those of you that don't know what that reference was from, that was a pulp culture reference to Major League. Movie from 1989 starring Charlie Sheen. Now, before I go, because I'm going to go to break after this, it's your choice. I'll let you pick at the top of the hour at 866-391-1020. I can quote Major League and tell Serrano to hit a curveball. Looking at you, civic leaders, collectively, not all of you. Some of you are really, really good. Some of you are, I can do that. Or I can quote Pulp Fiction and tell you it's from the Bible. From the book of Samuel Jackson, you shall feel my wrath. I'm not even going into that. Looking at Peter on that one. I'm going to break. News coming up next. Joanne afterwards here on News Radio KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area. Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss pork recipes for inside and outside cooking. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day.
I'm Stacey Lynn. A mass shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. 10 were shot, 8 killed. Those dead are all children. Police believe it was a domestic disturbance. KSLA's Jolia Daughtry says the crime scene extended across 3 locations.
The suspect, who is a male, then attempted a carjacking and led Shreveport police on a high-speed chase into Bossier City. And while they got into Bossier City, it was a shootout. We don't know who shot first. However, Shreveport police did kill the suspect.
On to the war in Iran. President Trump says the U.S. has forcibly seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship that tried to get around a naval blockade near the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media, he said the ship was warned by a U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer in the Gulf of Oman to stop, but it did not. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi reports the president's talking tough to the Iranians.
Earlier today, he spoke with Trey Yingst of Fox News, where he said that he is essentially going to be releasing a letter today to the Iranians that will include some of that tough talk for what will happen if the Iranians don't agree.
Now, is the president prepared to go back to a full-on war? National Security Advisor Mike Waltz told Face the Nation.
All options are on the table. The president's prepared to escalate, to de-escalate. He means it when he said nothing that benefits Iran is coming out of the Strait.
A U.S. delegation led by Vice President Vance will go to Pakistan tomorrow for another round of talks. During a mass in Angola today, Pope Leo called for peace around the world.
The Pope said there is still cause for hope, pointing to a ceasefire in Lebanon, even as he warned that hope remains fragile, and again called for weapons to fall silent and for dialogue to take their place. Chris Lipsey, CBS News, Luanda, Angola.
Virginia voters are deciding whether to redraw their congressional map to give Democrats a seat advantage. Chairman of the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, Eric Holder, was once against partisan gerrymandering, but is now advocating for it. He told CBS.
This is really a national fight. It's not a fight only about Virginia. And when the president told Governor Abbott in Texas, I needed 5 additional seats in the House of Representatives, there had to be a response to that.
Tick bites are sending Americans to the emergency room at the highest rate in nearly a decade. According to the CDC, ERs are seeing more than double the usual average this month. The blood-sucking bugs carry bacteria, viruses, and parasites that can cause serious illness. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
50-year-old training technique is getting renewed life.
Start jogging. 3, 2, go.
Runner Cherry Witt found that taking walking breaks during her routine increased her endurance.
I was able to double my mileage almost immediately just by inserting walk breaks.
Walk breaks in the middle of running. It's called jeffing, named for the late Olympic runner Jeff Galloway.
My friends would say, Rick, you're a runner, not a walker.
77-year-old Rick Jolly has embraced the technique after some skepticism.
So it took a while for me to let go of the running part, but now I'm running basically injury-free.
Fewer injuries and more running mileage. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Your barbecue will likely be more expensive this summer. The conflict in the Middle East has been driving up global energy prices, escalating the cost for propane for grills, along with gasoline and diesel used in transporting food. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and cool this afternoon with a mix of clouds and sunshine along with a spotty shower, high 52. A couple of showers around tonight which may mix with some wet snowflakes late, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, I said I'd go to the phone lines after we got back from break, so I'm going to go to the phone lines right now. Joanna Point Breeze, you are on KDKA.
Hi. I'm going to say a couple of things. This is what I heard. You know, we've been hearing about this draft. So if we had a business that we wanted to bring down there, you have to network. You have to try to network. We don't do that. We don't patronize our own businesses there. You can't just wait till the day of. These people have been working on that project, the draft, for I don't know how long. And you can't wait till the last week or last day and say, where is our business?
I'm pushing back on that again hard, just like I did with Bishop. I know there are plenty of black businesses that were talking about this last year when it was announced. They were saying, "Look, we've been trying to get some type of traction. Now that the draft is coming, this is an opportunity to allow us to get some traction in a different type of way with a different type of popular, opportunity." Coming to a unique opportunity therein as well, coming to Pittsburgh. I'm not going to sit there and brush them with a broad brush and sit there and say that most of these African-American businesses were just trying at the last minute and simply, are upset that they're on the outside looking in. It's the same argument that they've had for years. I've tried to get traction, but I can't get. You're telling me I can't get traction because I have no capital. I try to go get capital. I can't get capital because I have no capital. But then I try to network. Well, I'm not in the networks because I haven't been in the networks because I'm a new business. So I'm not gonna. I push back on that because I think that the majority of these businesses have been trying for a while.
They may have, Lenny, but I also been around a while. We have a business. There's a business out there in Homewood, Solix. They're just trying to stay in business. They've been out there for 20 years out there on Homewood Avenue. Do you think we patronize them? I know there's Gibson's up there, a restaurant. People do go there, and I do, a black restaurant. Occasionally they've been downtown. But, I don't know. I just don't agree.
Joey, I'm going to also say that there is no black middle class here. I mean, I've seen this in Chicago. When you have a black middle class with black folks that have some money, you do see this dynamic transpiring. But when you're hoping that one of the poorest neighborhoods in the region is going to support black businesses to allow them to be a successful business that is prosperous and expanding, when you have no black middle class here, the black folks that are here with any type of talent, generally speaking, leave, and we call success giving out a scholarship every now and then, and highlighting one or two African Americans versus a black middle class. No, I'm not going to sit there and say that it's basically on them. We know the institutional problems of what transpires with the black middle class here, non-existent, over the last 30 to 50 years.
I know, Lenny, but we have churches. And we see these businesses.
Those churches are failing too, and they're shrinking because Americans, generally speaking, don't go to church anywhere near as much, and the black church does not have the same type of influence that it had 50, 60 years ago.
Well,
I'm not going to allow us, and I love you and you know that, but I'm not going to allow us to ignore the systemic issues of this region that have been impacting black people for 50 years in Pittsburgh, and then let them be blamed exclusively or hyper primarily on not being included on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when we have seen this play out for decades now.
I'm not blaming anyone. All I'm doing is saying that I know these churches could get a bus when we have a business and they're there, that get a busload of people once a month and take them where these businesses are. So I'm not making excuses, but I'm just saying what I've seen and what I've seen over the years. Okay, the other thing, that's not what I really called for. This is not what I called for. That Charlie, what's his name? Burke? Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk And that Grogan, people was listening to that Grogan. He has a podcast or something.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I never heard of Charlie Kirk until he got assassinated. And I guess he might have been well known, but there was a lot of people that never heard of this guy. You knew him because you knew him a long time. So I don't know. It wasn't the Trump children. They knew him, and they knew Vance. That's why Vance got in, I think, to be the vice president, because his kids knew him.
But to that point, Joanne, you didn't know him, but he influenced Donald Trump enough that one of the very first things that Donald Trump did when he got into the White House again in 2025 was go after all the DEI programs based on things that Turning Point and the late Charlie Kirk had been saying about DEI and equality, and particularly black women. So, I mean, that part of that goes on us. You have to understand, and this is us not being astute as an American people collectively in regards to who's influencing the policymakers and shakers in America, because he was certainly one of them.
I agree. But as I said, after he got assassinated, I did not hear him. That Grogan and Rogan, I kind of heard of him. And then it was linked also to Charlie Kirk, some of the things that were being said over these podcasts and these channels. So, God bless them all. But the main thing I called is, I have noticed that people hear what they don't hear. And they'll say something, or you'll say something, and it has been changed around to what they thought they heard. And that's the same thing with people see things. And a lot of times they think they saw this. In order for it to make their point better. So I don't know. That's the main thing I called. That I've heard people say things, and the next time somebody decides to call and call them on it, it's not what those people have said. Or you see and you don't see. There is a part in the Bible about seeing and not seeing, and hearing and not hearing.
Yeah, there is. Christ said. Christ is the one that said it, and to that point, that's why I try, Joanne, to bring up what was said. I try to take people back to the time that it happened. I try to contextualize the time that it happened and the significance as to why we need to pay attention to that, because generally speaking, people are inclined to tell you how they feel, not tell you what transpired, and then how that made them feel, which are two different things. And there's an analysis on the bridge between one to another, but there's also an analysis on the actual words, which goes back to what Luciano brought up, God love him, when he said, hey, why shouldn't we talk about Charlie Kirk? He's dead. He can't defend himself. Well, Charlie Kirk put these words out there and was saying these things to the moment that he died. And so as much as I love Charlie Kirk and I wish him eternal peace, I want nobody to go to Hades or even to purgatory. As a Catholic, I say that. But, I wish them all to live with God and be forgiven and go from there. But when those words and those policies and those pushes for different policies still impact people today, including people that I love, and they slander people that I love and communities that I love, and they harm the United States of America because of their ignorance from their positions and how they articulate them, then there is a right to appropriately and, respectfully point that out. You can do that with people 100 years ago. You can do that with somebody from last year or 10 years ago. You can do that with people that are alive today. That's our obligation to make a more perfect union. And it's as if people forget about that because they don't want to offend people, but they have no problem offending other people.
Right. The only thing I could say, when you were talking about Charlie Kirk or whatever his name is, I did not hear you really saying anything derogative about this guy. That's why I couldn't understand why he called and almost wanted to attack you verbally about something he thought you said.
Well, I
think
he heard it. I think Luciano believes I'm not a Republican just because I stand up for civil rights, which are based in the Constitution, and I'm a constitutional conservative, or that I don't believe in conservative values, which in fact conservative values, if articulated and and applied equally would protect all Americans. For example, the Fourth Amendment would push back against stop and frisk. The First Amendment would make sure that Muslims and Christians are equally protected in the United States. The First Amendment, the redress of government, would make sure that people weren't being attacked by ICE or any other type of agency out of lawlessness or maliciousness. Or, the 10th Amendment would be something where the state governments can do the right thing but cannot strip people of their civil rights. I mean, again, people don't understand what being a constitutional conservative is. They understand what being MAGA is. They understand what being part of the Republican Party may be currently, but they don't understand the Republican values and constitutional conservatism, which I do. So when somebody tries to push back on me, they better come with receipts, and I'm not talking about some receipt they found on the floor. They better have paid for it themselves, or else I'm going to pay it for them.
Okay, the last thing I do want to say is, I don't care what you are, just go vote. If somebody wants to be whatever they want to be, if they're able to vote, just go vote. I'm sick of people talking about the left and the right and the just go vote whoever you are and let people be whoever they want to vote. Not vote 2 or 3 times, but just vote. So God bless America, Lenny, and thank you. I'm glad you're on.
Thank you, Joanne, and God bless you as well, and God bless America. We believe in those sentiments. And that's why I do this. I don't do this to be malicious or to do whatever. We are at a critical point in time, and I'll be talking to Greg Rothman about this at the bottom of the hour, talking about the Republican Party in Pennsylvania and where it stands in 2026 with this gubernatorial race coming up and the like. But this is a bigger issue for us moving forward. The divisiveness is something else. And to Joanne's point, people hearing what they want to hear, but not necessarily hearing what you're saying. Or, it's okay to call the liberals snowflakes. It's not okay to push back on the right when they say something that they're offended on. Or, let's go back to the imagery. When they had a bunch of trans people, in essence, recreating the Last Supper, the people on the right lost their minds. That was around the Olympics, the Winter Olympics. I didn't like that painting. I thought, yeah, I know what you're trying to do. That's blasphemous to me. Now, I don't think you're going to burn in hell, but that is something that is wrong. But then when Trump does what Trump does with his imagery, I was just being a Red Cross doctor. You're okay. But that doesn't get called out. There's all kind of explanations. There's all type of, quasi-Facebook theories out there. Instagram theologians telling folks how to interpret, the lost book of the Bible, and that's why that imagery makes sense. Hogwash, I say. Hogwash. All we want is consistency. You get consistency, you can build a better America moving forward. America 250 seems to be a good time to reinstitute that. 866-391-1020. I will be talking to Greg Rothman at the bottom of the hour. I will be talking to you until the bottom of the hour on News Radio KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Serta with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Serta Pro Painters.
Dreaming of your next getaway? AAA Travel makes it easy with a wide variety of vacation options, from exciting cruises and guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts. Want to skip the airport? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey. Then set sail stress-free. No flying, no driving, just vacation. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 to start planning today.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Roe Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. Legacybox.com/radio.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, 866-391-1020. Chairman of the Republican Party, Greg Rothman, at the bottom of the hour. Going back to the phone lines, Dick, you're on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny, how are you doing, buddy?
I am doing well. How are you?
Oh, good. Hey, Lenny, I was wanting to ask you, CBS News, you guys are CBS affiliated, but I'd like this, I always like Walter Cronkite, and, you know, I like Nora O'Donnell, and I do like this new guy that's, you know, he came in, Tony somebody, I don't know where he's from, but they do, I think, the segment about, you know, the pick me up in America, like in a state or something, or in the nation. That's really history, I say, you know, how they can, a dog can get so. What do you think about CBS? Are you a big fan of CBS News?
I like listening to the newscast at the top of the hour here when I'm in here. When I'm in here for the Big K Morning Show, 8 to 9 every Monday with Larry Richard. I'll be back on again tomorrow morning from 8 to 9 here on the Big K Morning Show on News Radio KDKA. We have the CBS Morning News on. We get a chance to check it out. I do enjoy what they do.
Yeah, they're pretty good people. You know, did you like Nora O'Donnell?
I did. I enjoyed her work as well.
Yeah, I did too. And I like, you know, I can remember back, I used to watch, I loved Charles Carrout on the road, didn't you? Wasn't that neat?
Well, he did that, and he would also do, he did Sunday mornings. He did that he was the guy that hosted Sunday mornings when I was growing up.
Yeah, Dan Rather, but You got a great show, Lenny. I think you're pretty good up there, buddy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your phone calls always, Dick. You have a wonderful Sunday.
Okay, bye-bye.
God bless. 866-391-1020. I need to ask Mike a question, but I think Mike is on the phone right now. I'm going to touch upon something that I did not want to overlook it, but I'm not going to talk about it until 5:30. I will open up the phone lines at that time anyway. Mike, can I ask you a question real quick before we go to break?
Sure.
There are people looking at a big rubber duck because of the draft. Is this the impact that we're talking about that the draft's going to have on Pittsburgh, where there's going to be big rubber ducks in a parking lot that people are going to come and take pictures of before the draft on Thursday?
Well, I can't guarantee that, Lenny. Hopefully it's not the duck in traffic that's going to cause all this buildup that, we're anticipating here. But, it should be an eventful time here this upcoming week. A lot of stuff's going on down at Point State Park. We got stuff going on in Southside. I mean, this is something you want to look forward to. I know there's a lot of issues going on within the city, and I'm glad that stuff is getting done. I mean, we saw a lot of renovations going on, a paving blitz. Sure, there's been neglect on some of these roads, but now that it's getting done, it's something we can be appreciative of and be proud of, it at the very least, for our city.
What are you going to do for the draft? You're a young guy, and you're right in the sweet spot where you don't have 3 kids, and you're single. What are you going to do for this draft, knowing it ain't coming back here anytime soon? Is there anything special you're doing over the next 3 days? Or those 3 days?
That day specifically, I will be here on the Big K Morning Show working with Larry Richard, so that will be fun as well. See how that day goes and our coverage of it, so make sure you guys tune in for that. Other than that, I plan on going down there, not to the draft actual festivities outside of Acroshore, but the fan experience at Point State Park. I plan on being there specifically to experience that. My big concern is going to be the ride shares and coordinating that. But again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The draft might not be here again for another 30 years at the very least. If this all goes to plan, hopefully it does, I will, like I said, I will be down at Point State Park seeing what that's all about.
What's the one thing that you are looking forward to the most, that selfishly or just, from a professional standpoint, what's the one thing you are looking forward to Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
I mean, just public perception. I just hope everyone is able to have a positive and good time out of this. Like I said, a lot of stuff is getting done around the city. Just a lot of stuff. A lot of people are getting involved around the city. Just like everybody and anybody that I know is doing something for this draft. A lot of businesses are getting involved, and that's good. That's what you want to see, and hopefully people outside of Pittsburgh see a positive light of how we conduct ourselves.
You heard from Mike the Millennial. Now you heard from Mike the producer. I appreciate him doing that. Now you're going to hear from people that aren't named Mike that will give us the news, and then we'll talk to State Senator Greg Rothman about the state of the Pennsylvania GOP, and less about the state of the Pennsylvania GOP, more about what the Pennsylvania GOP is going to be doing as we ramp up towards November 2026. But that's after the news. Here on News Radio KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
CBS News Brief. 8 children are reported dead after a shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say the gunman who fled the scene was later killed by police.
The individual responsible, once leaving this scene, performed a carjacking right here in close proximity.
The children ranged in age from 1 to 14. Traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains at a near standstill. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb reports on how the war has impacted global trade.
An analysis by Reuters has found the Iranian blockade of the strait has seen $50 billion worth of oil lost from the global market since fighting began.
U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, discussed the blockade on CBS's Face the Nation.
The entire world is united that a country cannot hold an international waterway and cannot hold the world's economies hostage because it has a conflict with another country.
President Trump says another round of peace talks is scheduled for tomorrow in Islamabad. CBS News Brief.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com.
Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
When we started Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks, it wasn't a big crew or a fancy shop. Just Calvin and me in our grandma's garage.
We'd load up our tools every morning, build decks all day, then unpack right there in her driveway.
That little garage laid the foundation for what Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks is all about. Working hard, staying honest, and treating people like family.
We've grown a lot since then, but those family values still guide every job we do.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell GoodRx Rodin, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required, to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
Life is a way of throwing out curveballs that can make it feel impossible to get ahead. But at Peoples, we know that sometimes a helping hand can make all the difference. If you're struggling to make ends meet or just need a little support with your natural gas bills, we're here to help. Because let's face it, you have enough on your plate. Learn more about our customer assistance programs at peoples-gas.com/help.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a couple of showers around tonight, perhaps mixed with some wet snow later on. The low 33, brisk and cold tomorrow, partly sunny. High 45, cold tomorrow night with lows in the 20s, and then partly sunny Tuesday, high 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Ferrick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
All right, appreciate spending time with you on another Sunday. I'll be here until 6. But you already know that. You've been quizzed on this already. If you don't know this, then I'll say it 4 more times until I leave. And then when you get another voice on the air, you'll get it then now, won't you? That said, 866-391-1020, Lenny McAllister here with you. I'm talking to PA State Senator Greg Rothman, who is also the chair of the Pennsylvania Republican Party. Senator, thank you for joining me here on News Radio KDKA.
Thank you for having me, Lenny.
Big year, 2026. There are people that feel as though that Shapiro is inevitable until you look at some of the record that he has put up as governor, and then it goes to, well, maybe not. So as you, as the chair of the Republican Party, approach the top of the ticket race this year, how is it looking for Republicans? What is the stance that the party is taking in regards to that race first and foremost?
Yeah, and specifically about Governor Shapiro, who has a staff of like 21 communications people working on taxpayer-funded communications, and they're the ones that put out his TikToks and his social media posts, and have created this narrative, a narrative that has been with Governor Shapiro since his early days in the State House of Representatives. That he has a very inflated view of who he is and his accomplishments. Lenny, we joke that in his senior class superlatives, he was voted most likely to take someone else's good idea as his own. But he does not have a lot to show for his 3 years as governor. In fact, the stuff that he champions the most, tax cuts for the corporate net income tax, that was actually my bill back in the House that was passed by Republicans, was actually put in place under Governor Wolf. Now he's allowed it to continue on and not stopped it, which we appreciate. Regulatory reform and permit reform, a lot of the economic development measures, as he talks about, the speed of business. Those are Republican ideals, Republican ideas, and Republican legislation that he sort of adopted as his own without any real understanding of why regulatory reform and permit reform and tax cuts are so important. Tax rate cuts are so important for our economic development in Pennsylvania. So, he's created this myth, and it's almost like the Wizard of Oz, that he gets stuff done. I won't say when he says he gets stuff done. And then he spends a lot of his time suing and attacking President Trump. And he's sort of a shapeshifter, too, in that when he was running for governor, he talked about cutting taxes but hasn't delivered on those. He's just not accelerated them the way he campaigned. He campaigned for school choice, and we know in his first budget he vetoed. Sorry, I got a train driving by. I'm in Newport, Perry County, just taking a break from knocking on doors.
Understood.
So the reality is that he blames the fact that you'll hear in every speech he says I'm the only governor with a divided House and Senate legislature, and I can't get anything done. Well, he also then, in the same press release, says he gets stuff done. So what is it? But Pennsylvania's got a long history of upsets too. If you think about 1991, when Pittsburgh's own Dick Thornburg ran for the United States Senate after having been a popular governor and the Attorney General.
Indeed.
He lost to Harris Wofford, someone that I don't think anybody had really heard of before.
Not at that point in time, exactly.
And then 3 years later, my buddy, another Pittsburgher, Rick Santorum, would upset Harris Wofford, and so much so that they didn't even know, the newspapers didn't know outside of the Pittsburgh area who this Rick Santorum was. It was a huge upset when Dave McCormick, another Pittsburgher, Western PA guy, beat Bob Casey. That was a huge upset. And when Stacey Garrity beat Joe Torricella for treasurer 6 years ago, 6 years ago, that was a huge upset. She was outspent 12-1. Josh Shapiro is a phenomenal politician. He is certainly a prolific fundraiser. More than half of all his donations come from billionaires and millionaires outside of Pennsylvania. And he has created a machine as a politician, but I don't think there's a single issue that he wouldn't back away with if it meant helping his presidential ambitions. And so I'm actually a little more optimistic than most people. I mean, I understand that they do polls this time of the year in order to dampen spirits and to repress the vote, but we have what I think is the best candidate we've had on paper, the best person in Pennsylvania to run against Josh Shapiro, because she's the complete opposite of Josh Shapiro. Stacey Garrity is a successful businesswoman, a 30-year veteran of the military, 3 different deployments in combat, is someone who has strong principles and has stood by them. And then, by the way, in 2024 got more votes than anybody in the history of Pennsylvania. And as a father of 4 daughters, she'll be the first woman governor of Pennsylvania. So I'm really excited about our prospects. But I also understand history, and off-year elections are always worse for the party in the White House. And President Trump is working really hard, and his policies are what's best for America, but they aren't necessarily what's best for the polling right now. So people are understandably concerned about gas prices going up, and what do we do about affordability, and do we want to be in a war with Iran? Though I like to say, Lenny, that they declared war 47 years ago. We just finally hit them back.
Well, and Chairman, let me ask you this question, because generally speaking, we've seen this over the course of Republican parties, both here in the Commonwealth, different iterations of it, but also obviously across the country. It's one thing to be the chair of the Republican Party running against an incumbent, but you're doing that while also being an elected official. Talk to me a little bit about the insider baseball that you can share with the political messaging as the chair of the party statewide, while you're also a state senator that's in the midst of these budget negotiations, in the midst of funding kerfluffles back and forth, watching divided government go on and watching how executive leadership may or may not do what they need to do in certain instances. It's different when you're on the outside talking about insider baseball. You're an insider talking about insider baseball to everybody, both the insiders playing the game, but also those watching the game.
Yeah, and by the way, I've always thought that good policy makes for good politics, too, and that if we do the right thing and we adopt the Republican principles of how we look at governing, then it's better. It's what's best for the state, and the state and our economy will grow because of those principles, and also it will help us win elections. But one of those things, and I have been talking about this, we've got 15% of our electorate in Pennsylvania are not affiliated with either party. So I'm chairman of the Republican Party trying to figure out how do we appeal to those independents out there. And one of the ways that what we hear from independents and polls is they want to see government actually function. And so I think it's important that we come up with a budget. We're required to have it by July 1st. I'd like to see it done sooner than that. We've had, in my time in Harrisburg, not a single budget has been done on time. Now, if you look at the last 20 years, the only 4 times the budget was done on time was under Republican governors, which may tell you something. But I think it's important for us to work together, even when, we're different parties. I mean, this is the time in the legislative process that we need to get together, and that's going to require some common sense. I don't believe that you should compromise your principles, but I certainly think that you can compromise policy and say, look, let's do a budget. Let's get a budget done on time that meets the needs of our state, and maybe give something back to the taxpayers of Pennsylvania and the people who are understandably trying to make ends meet and trying to get through these massive increase in costs that all started under Joe Biden, and President Trump certainly has worked to lower the rate of inflation, but we still have inflation, and it affects every Pennsylvanian. So what can we do for those people? What can we do for the people we serve? What can we do to change the demographic crisis in Pennsylvania, where we have workers leaving our state to just even go across the state borders to West Virginia or Ohio, where you guys are. Ohio is, and West Virginia are both states that are growing, and we're losing population.
I'm talking to GOP chair here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, State Senator Greg Rothman. Mr. Chair, what are going to be the top 2 issues per se, 2 or 3 max, that we're going to hear Republican candidates across the Commonwealth talk about to try to rally people to their candidacies and vote them in the office in November? I mean, we have the issues that you brought about. I mean, we're losing population. That's been going on for a while, and people seem to forget that we've had Democratic governors 12 over the last 16 years. We've had split government over the last couple of years, but the registration has leaned Democrat, and of course, we have Democrats that run city councils and mayoral offices in Erie, Harrisburg, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. What is the counter message in 2026 that Republican candidates are going to be offering voters from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, so economic opportunity is the biggest one. We need to attract job creators to Pennsylvania. That'll change the demographics. If we create the jobs, people will come from, right? If you build it, they will come. And energy independence is a huge part of that. And out in Pittsburgh, few months ago now, Senator McCormick had the AI innovation, and stuff that's going on at Carnegie Mellon and AI Horizons and the National Robotic Institute. All that is an opportunity for us to grow as a state by creating jobs, and we're going to talk about that. In order to attract job-creating businesses, we need to keep the permit reform going. And I had a bill a couple of years ago that got put in the budget that had a net operating loss penalty that was removed, the startup penalty. You start a company and you invest money in Pennsylvania, unlike the federal government, you don't get those deductions. And so we wanted to eliminate the startup penalty, but we ought to make it retroactive to anything you've already invested. We need to, as a party, we're still the party of law and order and the rule of law. This is still an issue that we see with immigration and supporting the police and supporting our law enforcement, our brave law enforcement. I mean, that's still an issue that Republicans have a much stronger position when you look at some of these liberal judges and prosecutors, more so out the other side of the state in Philadelphia, where you have a DA who refuses to prosecute violent criminals, but make announcements that he's going to arrest any ICE officer that shows up in Philadelphia. I mean, those are issues that we win with. Voter ID is an 80% issue, and even 60% of Democrats believe in it. And we're trying to get a bill done on voter ID. And the party has had great success in narrowing. You mentioned there are more Democrats than Republicans in Pennsylvania. When I first started in politics, it was 1.5 million more Democrats than Republicans. Now it's under 170,000.
Yep, it is
And
shrinking.
in the last few months, we've actually, the Democrats have started to pick up, which is natural after an election as successful as we had in 2024. But we're still within 45,000 active voters away from having parity. And that's my goal as the party chairman, to have an equal number of Democrats and Republicans registered to vote.
Now, before I let you go, Mr. Chair, I know you probably have one more goal that people are not aware of because they're so focused on the midterms in Washington, D.C., but there's a slim margin in the House of Representatives in Harrisburg where Republicans could control the House and the Senate once again after November. Can you talk a little bit about how, I gotta let you go briefly, but can you talk briefly about how Republicans are looking at that very narrow margin in the House and saying, there's a possibility for Republicans to, again, have the House and the Senate after November 2026?
Yeah, I mean, there's always two ways to look at things, right? Like, what's the risk? The risk is we lose the Senate, which is the wall that has stopped a lot of horrible things coming out of the House. But I always look at opportunity. What are the opportunities? We're one vote away, one member away from winning back the House of Representatives to Republicans and making Jesse Topper the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So we need voters to show up. I mean, if you care about these issues, you got to go vote on May 19th. Vote for Pittsburgh's Jason Ritchie for lieutenant governor and Stacey Garrity for governor. But get out and vote for your members, and then be there in November. We have to keep the U.S. Congress too, and we have an opportunity to keep this Trump agenda going. And I think that we need people to show up. So yes, absolutely, all these elections matter, but this one's really a big deal, and we need to win back the House. And then, by electing Stacey Garrity, we'll have a Republican trifecta, and we'll get to put our policies in place, which I think will end up with a brighter and more prosperous Pennsylvania.
I will say that I've had an opportunity to work with Representative Topper on school choice issues. He is a good guy. He is somebody that is definitely a problem solver and a solution maker. So, a Speaker Topper is definitely going to be something that would be good for the Commonwealth. Mr. Chair, where can we find more information about you, kind sir?
Yes, pagop.org and gregrothman.com. I'm actually going to be out in Pittsburgh for a fundraiser at the end of April. I'd love to see you there April 30th at Fox Chapel. But you can go to my website, gregrothman.com, or the party website, pog.com, or pog.org. And thank you, Lenny, for what you're doing, and I really appreciate you having me on.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for joining me here on News Radio KDKA.
Have a great day.
You too. God bless. Folks, 866-391-1020. Going to break, then going to the top of the hour here on the Marconi Award-winning News Radio KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
When the power goes out, safety is Duquesne Light Company's top priority, and it should be yours too. If you see downed or hanging power lines, stay at least 30 feet away and immediately call DLC's emergency number at 888-393-7100. Call 911 for any emergency medical needs, and keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed to help preserve food. Report any outages using the free DLC mobile app or at DuquesneLight.com. No internet. Call 888-393-7000.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead. And have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA-acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Linda Kenyon. 8 children are reported dead after a shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. Joyla Daughtry is with CBS TV affiliate KSLA.
2 women were shot. 1 was shot in the head, but the last we checked, she was still alive. Critical condition, of course, life-threatening injuries, but she's still alive, as well as the other woman who was in the scene as well. But we can confirm that 8 children, the youngest being 18 months old, the oldest being roughly 13 or 14 years old, were killed.
Authorities say police shot and killed the suspect after he stole a car and fled. Another round of peace talks is scheduled for tomorrow in Islamabad in an effort to end the U.S.-led war against Iran. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead the delegation, but it's unclear whether Iran will attend. The BBC's Frank Gardner is following.
Iran has been emboldened by the fact that after more than 20,000 U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, the Islamic Republic is still standing. It's the hardliners who will have the final say in any negotiations, and Iran is now wielding the weapon of geography, knowing that the longer the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the more international pressure will pile up on Mr. Trump to end this war.
On CBS's Face the Nation, former White House advisor Amos Hochstein said Iran's ability to close the Strait of Hormuz has given it some leverage.
My concern is no matter how the war ends, the Iranians now have a card they never had before in practice. In theory, we knew they can close the straits, but they never did. And now for the foreseeable future, they have this card against us and against their neighbors.
Closure of the Strait of Hormuz has affected a large part of the world's oil production. The average price for a gallon of gas is now $4.05. President Trump has threatened to target civilian infrastructure in Iran if it does not agree to a peace deal. On social media, he posted, "No more Mr. Nice Guy." New research suggests your health is impacted not by how much weight you gain, but when you gain it. Reporter Brad Gibson explains.
A Swedish study of over 600,000 people found the longer you live with obesity, the higher the risk of things like heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and liver cancer. Tanya Stocks was part of the study team.
Obesity onset between ages 17 to 30 was associated with a 70% higher risk of all-cause mortality compared to those that never developed obesity before age 60.
In women, weight gain at any age, even after 45, was linked to higher cancer death rates, a pattern researchers say may involve hormonal changes after menopause. Brad Gibson for CBS News.
For every additional 1.1 pounds gained per year between ages of 17 and 29, men face an 18% higher risk for death. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute.
Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
A piece of Titanic history just brought in a record amount at auction. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
A life jacket worn by a first-class passenger sold at auction in England for more than $900,000. Laura Mabel Francacelli was 22 years old when the boat sank in 1912. The still-stained vest had stayed with her family for almost 100 years. It's signed by her and other survivors. The bidder was not identified. A seat cushion from one of the Titanic lifeboats also sold for about $500,000. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
A refund system for businesses that paid tariffs is scheduled to begin tomorrow after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down those tariffs. The ruling said President Trump usurped Congress's taxation authority when he set double-digit tariffs on products from almost every country. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of showers tonight that could be mixed with some wet snow later on, the low 33. Then partly sunny, brisk and cold for tomorrow, high 45. Very cold tomorrow night down into the 20s. And then partly sunny Tuesday, rebounding to 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Lenny McAllister, one more hour here on News Radio KDKA. I have on the air right now with me former PPS school board member Mark Brentley, who is one of the leaders of something that happens pretty annually here in the city of Pittsburgh. Kind sir, thank you for joining me here on News Radio KDKA.
Thank you, Lenny. Thank you for having me.
Tell me a little bit about Take a Father to School Day.
Yeah, Lenny. Back in 1999, when I first ran for school board, one of the campaign issues that I ran on was the fact that the majority of our PTOs, PTAs, PSCCs were all run by our mothers, our women. And I said, what a wonderful thing. But I said, it takes two to make a student. And so one of the things that I wanted to take up as a challenge was to find a way to get men actively involved in the process of educating their children, and that is by becoming involved, volunteering in schools, signing up for those memberships, and simply being visible. When I did it in 99, I just simply put out a call. I just said, hey, this is a Take a Father to School Day. One day you come on out and we'll find something for you men to do. And so from that day forward, we fast forward to where we are now. We're in our 28th year. We take one day out of the year, which is usually the second, maybe the third week in May. We ask men to get up, get out, and get involved in their children's education. The Pittsburgh Public Schools, on the other hand, they set aside that day and set up special activities inviting the men into the building. At the same time, they also slide memberships in front of them to sign up for the PTAs and the PTOs and the PSCCs, and to find a way to get them to sign up to become volunteers and committed into raising their children in the educational system here.
So two things. Number one, 28 years. Congratulations on that. Number two, why May? I'm curious about why May, why that part of the school year and not another part of the school year.
Well, it's a good question, and it's been raised several times. May is because it is past the testing cycle for most of the kids, number one. Number two, we wanted to use it as a day or as a time to say, this is the end of the school year. You have all summer to build a relationship to prepare to have a great beginning of the school year. And so we juggled that. Yes, there would be great other days that would fit perfectly, but we do not want to get in the middle of competing with any instructional time that is set aside for the students.
Has there ever been, and this is me just learning more a little bit about this, has there ever been an opportunity to have two bites of the apple at a time during the course of a school year?
Yes, sir. And actually, we are biting twice on the apple, Lenny. We do the Take a Father to School Day towards the end of the year, and we get an unbelievable result, unbelievable turnout. But we also plug into the national Walk Your Children to School Day, and that is an event which is a national event, and the city escapes me where it started, I want to say about 8, maybe 10 years ago, and they just simply encourage parents, and primarily we're constantly targeting men because there's an absence. They just simply encourage you to take that day off and to walk your child to school. If you notice throughout the school district in the beginning of the school year, the district sets up welcome tables or informational tables. Usually within the first couple days of the school, it is usually manned or controlled by staff and parents. And it is simply a way to kind of get the school year off with some parental involvement, visible parent involvement.
Talking to Mark Brentley, former member of PPS's school board. Mark, let me ask you this. Over the course of the decades that you've been doing this, what have you noticed? What type of shifts have you noticed in the students, in the families, in PPS, as a result of doing this over the course of now 2 going on 3 generations?
Well, what we've noticed in terms of the school district is an unbelievable welcoming of fathers. Remember, Lenny and you and I are probably guilty. In just a matter of a couple of days, some of us will be there standing for the NFL and for their process with footballs and athletics and entertainment, and I say great to that. But when do we commit to standing for children? So on the district level, they welcome it, but also on the national level, Lenny. In 2012, the Pittsburgh Public Schools Take a Father to School Day received national recognition from the National School Boards Association, and we were able to get it in one of the highest categories that they offer, and that is school districts that are doing, and I'm paraphrasing, doing things that are creative and different in terms of parental involvement within the schools. We received that recognition. So in other words, Lenny, we, the Pittsburgh Public Schools, we're leading the district, we're leading the state, we're leading nationally in terms of one event that brings out men to get involved within the school district. And then on the student level, it's an unbelievable response when the kids turn around. We see moms there every day now, but when they can turn around and see dad there, volunteering, dad there out in front of the school planting grass or planting flowers, or when dad is participating in the Donuts for Dads, or when dad's involved with the basketball games, they are really, really excited. And so we get it on every level, Lenny. And so it's working. We think we got the secret formula. We're going to kind of continue to push it.
What types of changes have you seen with the kids in regards to academic performance and scholastic performance? And they're 2 different things, because academically are obviously the grades that they're getting, but scholastically is, suspension rates and attendance rates and extracurricular involvement. What types of things have you seen over the course of time that you've been doing this regarding the shifts both academically and scholastically?
Well, we've seen, and let's be honest, Lenny, we don't have to do much on the scholastic side. I mean, on the athletic side, because, we're automatically cheerleaders for our children around the athletics. But academically, I want to say
hold on. Let me be clear. Let me clarify this, Mark. Okay. I didn't say athletically. I said extracurricularly. I'm talking, look, my kids are involved in robotics, forensics, mock trial, Lit Fest, and other type PJAS. I said extracurricular, which means more than just basketball, track, football. That's what I'm referring to.
Got you. Well, listen, I will say that we have seen at a definite higher level of involvement simply for the fact that with fathers there, we now make it cool for our kids to extend themselves and cool to get out there and to get involved. And it's really interesting that you're raising this question, Lenny, because at our committee meeting, and we meet 4 to 6 times a year, a committee of about 12 men, fathers, and we plan this event every year. Matter of fact, on the event coming up in another week or so, you'll see those fathers there in gold T-shirts. But one of the most important things is just to say, how can we come together and how can we simply make this thing better? So no, it's constantly changing, and we're constantly trying to make a difference.
But again, let me go back to the question. Have you seen a shift in the amount of extracurricular performance and involvement, as well as an academic shift? How have you seen those things impacting both the girls and boys when you've seen these dads be more involved?
Well, I see that we definitely see an increase in their involvement. We definitely see an increase. We're definitely seeing an increase in with the parental involvement. And I'm sorry, because I wanted to finish that question and I drew a blank. But we were just talking about that, developing a study or some kind of documentation to prove over the 30 years, it'll be close to 30 years, something that we can handle, something we can hold of the increase and how it made a difference in some of the lives of the children. But I will say that I know that we've seen an increase. I've seen an increase, with just in my own kids about 10 years or so ago when I had my children in school. I am now working on children that I check out that are foster children that my wife and I had once had. And so I say that we are seeing a difference. Can it improve? Yes, it can. And can we and should we work on something where we can have documentation? And I think that's where we're going to be moving towards, Lenny. So it would be clear that we know that we're making a difference.
Talking to Mark Brentley here about Take a Father to School Day. I'll come back and ask him a few more questions when I come back after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your #1 pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Hotfoot it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Talking to Mark Brentley about Take a Dad to School Day. That's coming up soon. When is it coming up this year, Mark?
This year it's going to be, and it's called Take a Father to School Day, Lenny, and it's coming up on the 28th of April. The 28th of April, what we do is we always set out 15, 20, maybe 30 days before the actual event to promote it. And this is what this is, the promotion. The actual day is in May 15th. I don't have my calendar. May 15th. And it's usually a Friday. And that's the actual day where you can go in to any Pittsburgh public schools, and you can simply walk in, go to the office, ask where are the activities for fathers, and they can and will direct you. You can also go on the district's website to find out the particular activities for the schools. Or if you want to find out even before then, you're more than welcome to join us at our kickoff at the Pittsburgh City Council. We're going to be there from 10 to 2. And what I do as the founder and chair of the Pittsburgh Public Schools Take a Father to School Day, I simply put a call out, and I simply ask for 100 men to join me in the Pittsburgh City Council chambers as we stand for children. And so that's scheduled for 9:45 or so on Tuesday, not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday, Pittsburgh City Council. And I even tell them, Lenny, that if you get there, we will take care of your breakfast. You come on up to the 5th floor. We have breakfast. We take over that lobby there on the Pittsburgh City Council 5th floor. You come on in, have some coffee, have some tea, have some donuts, have some fruit, and you mingle with the men. It is one of the most powerful things you can see and feel, men coming together, standing up for children. This particular day, we're also going to be out front, weather permitting. We have a few tables set up, Lenny, where you can get all your vitals checked for free. We will have someone from PPS's HR department and hopefully one other agency there with information on employment. We tell folks, especially men, that if you can get there, if you're having an issue with getting back, we have bus tickets. We can give you bus tickets to get back. So the takeaway, Lenny, would simply be you come on down and get there. We have a free T-shirt for you. We have a box lunch for you. We have a Pittsburgh Public Schools Take a Father to School Day directory. And then we have information on employment and information on health. And just the opportunity of standing and sharing with folks who have the like minds of dealing and standing for children.
And that sounds, I mean, I appreciate what you do for Take a Father to School Day. And again, Mark Brentley, we're talking to him, former PPS school board member. Appreciate him founding this. It's now in its 28th year. What the activities that you all do each year, do they get an opportunity to talk to the teachers, get a chance to talk to the principal? Is there an opportunity to be engaged academically during the course of that day, in addition to the activities that they're doing to make the day fun?
Yes, sir. There's a variety of things. But one of the things we do, and remember, Lenny, to go back to the question you asked a couple of minutes ago, getting to a point where we can clearly say and see the academic results, you have to get people to buy in first, okay? It's difficult. You know, you get people to commit, you get them to buy in, and then we can move forward with everything else. But yes, on that particular day, there are
Mark, I understand that, and I where have we moved the needle on that over the course of 28 years as far as that buy-in, so that those kids can get optimally everything that they need academically and extracurricularly?
Well, you know, Lenny, listen, you know I've been active for years, Lenny, and that's a topic for another show. Okay, I do have an opinion. Okay, because there's a variety of things to go into there.
I want to hear that.
I really want to get this issue going for the 28th because my opinion, I know it's not embraced across this region, but nevertheless, some of it has been proven to be accurate. And there's a lot of things that go into why. It is not as if this district, the parents are not actively involved. It is not as if they're not working hard and working towards it. But there are a lot of other factors that simply continue to make things extremely difficult, but you still have folks moving forward and moving and moving and moving. So listen, Lenny, please invite me back. I have an opinion. I've served on the board for 16 years, the longest running African-American person who served on the school board. That's four-year term, consecutive terms. And I got some opinions, and I am certain that it will rub some the wrong way. But for right now, I'm getting in where I can fit in, and that is getting men active and getting men involved. And I would hope that listeners would understand that that is the first step, and it is the most important step.
Let me ask one more question about this day, Mark. And again, I appreciate you putting it together and the momentum that you've had for going on 30 years. That's impactful. That definitely is. The question that I have is, once you push this snowball down the hill, where does it go next in regards to improving communities? And it's interesting because I know that people may be hearing this Take Your Father to School Day thing and only think African-American fathers, but you did not say anything about race. So I'm sure that there are people that, can see other communities in a Pittsburgh region that is pretty homogeneous, and you can say, listen, we need all fathers in these schools. What does that look like when that snowball gets pushed down the hill and there are more and more men getting involved? How will that eventually impact everything from not just the schools, but the quality of schooling and then the quality of the kids that are coming out to impact our region in a positive way?
Well, I think we all win because, number one, it takes two to make a child, and number two is that the fact that the absence of fathers. And Lenny, I don't have to tell you. You can go right at home, and what happens when a child is raised in a household where there's an absence of men. Okay, another topic for another detailed show. But we know that it creates a problem, and so when we do what we're doing, we benefit all over the place, and to emphasize, thank you for noticing that I did not emphasize African American.
Not one time.
We emphasize men. And Lenny, if you look at any of our literature, or I'm sorry, our T-shirts or caps, usually A in Take a Father to School Day is either capitalized or it is underlined, because we say take a father to school. That is your father, your stepfather, your rabbi, your uncle, your minister. We need to see men, and we meaning the students and the staff. The staff need to know that, and you need to feel that energy as well. And I remind folks in the simplest term, and when I was born, 50% of my mother is in me and 50% of my father, and you can't deny one from the other. And that's what we're hoping to really get going. Now, in terms of what happens when you push the snowball down there, a ton of things can happen. But for right now, Lenny, it's a heavy lift. I can't come and do something in a matter of 30 years that's been in existence for 60, 70, 80, 90 years, and that is not reinforced in the local media. That is not reinforced in the city of Pittsburgh and in the city politics. That is not enforced when you turn the news on. I am pushing the snowball up the hill, Lenny. Okay? So it's difficult.
Mark, let me ask you one more time if you can just list out and name when you want people down at City Council and when Take a Father to School Day is actually going to happen this year.
Yes, sir. The national award-winning Take a Father to School Day this year will take place, the kickoff, we call it a kickoff. It's going to be on Tuesday, April 28th, Pittsburgh City Council. If you get there at 9:15, if you get there at 9:45 or 9:30, you're still good. We will have refreshments up on the City Council fifth floor lobby. Usually at 10 o'clock, City Council calls all the men in. Usually 10:15, they call us up to receive the proclamation. All 100-plus men will go up to receive the proclamation. We then have a pledge. All the men will publicly pledge our commitment and support to children. And then after that, we go back outside, we raffle off a few things, and we go downstairs and take advantage of some of the things that we have set up. The purpose, Lenny, is to connect men across the city, across this county, with other men who are doing the same thing. We are all on the same page. We are all on the same team. You know, in the middle of this.
Mark, I got to go to news break. When is the actual day as well? So
the actual day again.
The kickoff is April 28th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's when we want folks at Pittsburgh City Council. They can always call me for more information at 412-734-1594.
Thank you, kind sir. Do appreciate you doing this. You have a wonderful day, and thanks for coming on News Radio KDKA.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Folks, going to news. Coming back after news here on the one and only News Radio KDKA.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Louisiana State Police report a mass shooting in Shreveport.
We have at least 10 individuals that were struck by gunfire last night in a domestic disturbance. 8 of these individuals are deceased.
All are children ranging in age from 1 to 14. The U.S. has seized an Iranian flag cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, tells CBS President Trump means business.
All options are on the table. The president's prepared to escalate, to de-escalate. He means it when he said nothing that benefits Iran is coming out of the strait.
A Swedish study finds the longer you live with obesity, the higher your risk of illness.
Obesity onset between ages 17 to 30 was associated with a 70% higher risk of all-cause mortality compared to those that never developed obesity before age 60.
Researcher Tanya Stocks. CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
I'm all in on these amazing April savings, and so is Frank Dentisi. Right, Frank?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Porterhouse or T-bone steaks for $12.99 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 8-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli, General Tso's or sesame orange chicken with rice meals, $6.99 each. An additional savings this week, Stone Ridge Creamery ice cream, 48-ounce containers, 2 for $6.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. Call 800-452-0119 today.
It's Marty. I'm here with Harold Shepley. I'll tell you why I reached out to him and how we met. I noticed that you help people. It's kind of your instinct, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I feel called. I feel that helping people with their finances is my calling in life.
And check this out. You were bankrupt once.
I did. I've lived through this. I've walked through it, and I got treated like absolute garbage, and I felt that no one else should ever have to feel that bad ever again.
Folks, this is the real deal. ShepleyLaw.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a couple of showers around tonight, perhaps mixed with some wet snow later on. The low 33, brisk and cold tomorrow, partly sunny. High 45, cold tomorrow night with lows in the 20s, and then partly sunny Tuesday, high 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Ferrick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
All right, Brandon McGinley's coming up at the top of the hour. I'm going to get back to these phone calls at 866-391-1020. I did want to try to talk about, there's been 3 incidences of domestic violence that have been horrific. One in Iowa, one in Louisiana that took the lives of 8 children, and then, of course, the shocker as well, where the former lieutenant governor of Virginia killed his wife and himself in their home with their kids there. And there's a lot to say about domestic violence. And there's a lot around those stories, particularly the one with Justin Fairfax, who, by the way, was born in Pittsburgh. I did not realize that. He was born in Pittsburgh, then moved to Virginia, and then eventually became lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, African-American, and the approaches to that story, because a lot of people knew him, and there are some that feel like they're kind of making it a mental health story and not a domestic violence story, and kind of being sympathetic to him because he was a public figure, and not the fact that the victim, his wife, was an accomplished dentist and a mother, and although they were going through a divorce, I mean, she was still a mother, and now 2 teenage kids don't have either one of their parents in a very high-profile way, and one of the kids found the bodies. There's a lot there about domestic violence. I will dig into that because I will dig into that. It won't be until next week because we're running out of time, but there's a lot to unpack with that. So I didn't want people to think that I was ignoring it. I am not at all. Had a chance to talk to former North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory earlier in the week. When he was mayor of Charlotte, he appointed me to an advisory board, the Mecklenburg County Domestic Violence Advisory Board. I've done a lot of work on helping victims of domestic violence and advocating for policies that would make this scourge amongst our society recede and eventually go away. So I have a lot to say. 866-391-1020. Craig in West Virginia. You're on KDK.
How you doing today, Lenny?
I'm doing okay, child of God. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good. Glad to hear you on as usual. You know, your guest 2 guests ago, he was a state senator?
He was a state senator here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, yes. Or still is.
All right. I got a few bones to pick with the gentleman, if I could, respectfully.
I'm sure you do. Go right ahead.
All right. You know, one of the comments he made was that Governor Shapiro spends way too much time suing Donald Trump. The 6 lawsuits that have been in front of a judge, Governor Shapiro has won all 6. Allocated funds that have already been allocated to the state of Pennsylvania, things of that nature. So, you know, right now it's Shapiro 6, Trump 0. So, you know, he left that little tidbit out. Then he started talking about inflation, that inflation started under Biden. Well, inflation is higher today than it was on January 20th of last year. The problem is that Joe Biden had a pandemic that killed 1 million people and brought it clear back down to 2.8, 2.9 percentage points.
Well, he didn't get it wrong. To that point, both things can be true. The inflation did start really ramping up under Biden. It did happen because of the pandemic, and it's still stubborn today. Both things can be true. He spoke to one half of the truth. You spoke to the other half of the totality of that truth. Go ahead.
All right, I'll give you a push on that one.
Both things are true, Craig. I'm not trying. This isn't a bet. This isn't Rivers Casino here, buddy. We're not hitting blackjack. I didn't say stop. I'm just saying that he was right, but he spoke to one part of it, and you're speaking to another part of it, and both things happen to be true.
I'll tell you how Craig from West Virginia would have said it. Craig from West Virginia would have said, we're up 0.4% on inflation, and we're going to work harder to bring that back down. That's what I would have said. I wouldn't have pushed it off on the party that came before me. I don't roll that way.
Yeah, but you're not the chair of one of the parties. If you were chair of one of the parties, you would have done that. But go ahead. I'm not trying to knock you off path. Go to the next thing.
All right. And if I watched Fox News 24/7, I'd have presented it the same way he did. Now, the third thing that he said was that, trying to downplay Governor Shapiro and what condition the state of Pennsylvania is in. He said Ohio is growing and West Virginia is growing. They just leave PA and run to West Virginia. I am telling you with 100% certainty that West Virginia is losing more people per capita of any state in the nation. We are number 1 at that. So, Senator, please do your homework. And this is the last of the 4 points. The fourth point is he started bashing liberal judges and the woke people judges. If he can find me one single liberal judge that released 1,437 federally convicted felons, I will vote red in November. I'll pull the handle straight red ticket. If he can find one liberal,
And you're going to go to one. You're going to go to one part of a truth, and I'm going to go to another part of the truth and say there are very liberal judges that literally authorize people to walk into Walgreens in California, particularly San Francisco, and go in there, and as long as they didn't take up to a certain amount of merchandise, you couldn't do anything to them. You had people that literally try to decriminalize, not small armed robbery, but literally theft, simple theft. Go into a grocery store or a convenience store and just take things. There are people that have given slaps on the wrist. I mean, there are instances where there has been an approach to people not dealing with law and order in a way that could, in essence, stem law and order. You can't justify certain things and then wonder why these things are going off the rails. Some of those things have gone off the rails. We know that is true.
And I am not going to disagree with you. Just so the listening audience knows, I do not agree with that. But if we are here to a win-loss situation, would you rather somebody steal a pack of juicy fruit or watch somebody poke a cop in the face with a flagpole?
No, I'm not saying either one. I would want C, none of the above. But I will say this, when it's both stealing a pack of juicy fruit and defecating on the streets and doing that type of thing, I mean, there's something wrong with that. And just the same, no, if you think I'm going to justify January 6th, Craig, and I appreciate your call, you know I've never done that. I've called people out from that since January 6th. I wrote about that as the CEO of the Pennsylvania Charter School Coalition. I talked to our kids about that on January 7th of 2021, and I haven't backed away from that stance since. So two things, again, can be true. There's a theme there. Greg, I always appreciate your call. Going back to the phones, 866-391-1020. Deacon in Dormont, you're on KDK.
That's funny. An honor and privilege again to follow the Oracle from West Virginia. West by God, Virginia.
You can't say West Virginia without saying West by God, West Virginia. There you go. What's going on, child of God? What's on your mind?
And by the way, Craig, you still owe us a hot dog. And I'm waiting for that.
If you're going to get a hot dog, you got to go to Yinzer Dogs. That's Larry Richards' place. You got to make sure you go to Yinzer Dogs to get that. But go ahead.
Okay, that works for me. And I think you touched on this. The one of his children made the 911 call. The lieutenant governor from Virginia.
Yes.
The reason I called, actually, I had called split hairs with you. We spoke last week about, and I'm going to refer you back to the New York article from Jane Mayer of October 24, 2016, I believe. Ivana, his first wife, this is Trump's. She walked it back for $14 million divorce settlement, but she did not recant legally or otherwise. And I'm going to refer you to go back and read the article because I reread it myself. But and also the movie The Apprentice, the screenwriter from that movie, he was going to walk away from that movie if they didn't include that. And I didn't see the movie, but I know that matter is included in there. He would not participate in the movie if they cut that scene.
Interesting. And Deacon, I appreciate your phone call. I remember the article. I remember the late Mrs. Obama walking that back, and I will leave that where it was because that was a choice she made. And that also came, I do believe, in October 2016 when the infamous Access Hollywood clip came out as well. So there was a whole lot going on in that month, if I remember my chronology correctly. But I appreciate your phone call. One more. If you could squeeze them in at 866-391-1020, I leave at 6. Brandon's already here. Brandon's already shaking his fist at me saying, get out of the chair. Brandon, he is a man of peace, but you don't play with him when it comes to his chair at 6 o'clock. You all are on the other side of the phone lines at 866-391-1020. I'm in here with him, not you. So squeeze in the phone calls. Mike's already locked the door, by the way. Mike, you can unlock the door if they're going to squeeze it in quickly, but you got to call in quickly, or else he's going to lock the door. We're not going to lock the door on Rick. Rick is on the road. Rick, you're on KDKA.
Hey, thank you, Renee. I just want some clarification. I think you would be a good guy to give it to me and everybody else if they're wondering, too. That Strait of Hormuz, How do the Iranians have the right to close them? I mean, do they own that? Is that
no? It's an it's an international waterway, but because of the war, what they have done subsequently is they have positioned military assets in a way to intimidate those coming through the straits. That's how they're quote unquote controlling it. So that's now the knot that has to be untied and untangled.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, kind sir. Appreciate your phone call. Somebody called in to try to get in before the doors were locked. May or may not have transpired. You can still try it. 866-391-1020. The whole situation, and again, I will dive more into this likely next week, but the incidences of domestic violence that we saw over the last couple of days have been horrific. And again, that's been an issue that has been very, very, very close to my heart. In fact, I'm one of the few people on the planet that's probably given a Tea Party speech and talked about the financial impact of domestic violence on the country nationally each year when it comes to economic loss, and trying to make a case to fiscal conservatives that even if you think that domestic violence doesn't touch your life because nobody in your family would ever do that, it still impacts your community. Watching it play out across different segments of America highlights the point that I've made about domestic violence for 20 years, whether it was on that advisory board that Pat McCrory put me on or work that I've done before that or after that, which is this. Domestic violence is much like substance abuse. It doesn't care about your demographic. It doesn't care about your socioeconomics. All it cares about is your humanity. And if you're a human being, which we all are obviously, it can impact your life. It can get a hold on your life very, very easily. And if you're not immediately and intentionally careful with it, it can ruin many lives around you, including your own. I will dive more into that next week because I didn't want to avoid it. We got caught up talking about other things. But I will bring it up. I'll probably bring up an expert, talk about an article, probably have somebody on with me as well. But it's something that's all around us. And that's one of the things that you learn the more you pay attention to these stories and the more you dive in and do the work. 866-391-1020. I'm going to take a small break. Then I'm going to take a 12-hour break because I'm going to leave here. Brandon McGinley's going to be on taking you throughout Sunday evening. I will be here for the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert at 8 a.m., but I'm going to take a break first here on the one and only News Radio, KDKA.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richert. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, like I said, Brandon McGinley is coming up at the top of the hour. I have mentioned this previously and multiple times. You can, A, check me out tomorrow morning on the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will be here with Larry. B, you want more information on me? I continuously say this, and I will be doing this for a while. Go to LennyMcAllister.com. You can find information about a Venn diagram of one, an American story. You can find that out there as well. A lot of the stuff that we talk about, I actually touch upon in the book, including, heroically from one perspective, but unfortunately from another perspective, domestic violence. A big arc kind of ties into the beginning of the show, and somebody that I got a chance to see overcome in a very major way on Friday. Again, I love you very much, Bunny Bunnies, for your accomplishment on Friday afternoon. In the meanwhile, you all stick around for Brandon. I am out of here. I will catch up to you in about 14 hours. In the meanwhile, I love you. I will catch up to you soon. TCNGB, take care and God bless. Peace.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, insurance agent.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day.
I'm Linda Kenyon. 8 children are reported dead after a shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. Julia Daughtry with CBS TV affiliate KSLA has the details.
There are 10 victims in this case. 2 of those victims are 2 women. One of them is confirmed to have a romantic relationship with that suspect. They are in the hospital. It's also believed that one of those women was shot in the head. The other 8 victims are unfortunately deceased. Police also confirmed them to all be juveniles.
The gunman was shot and killed by police after he stole a car and fled the scene. Another round of peace talks scheduled in Islamabad in an effort to resolve the U.S. war with Iran. The BBC's Frank Gardner has more on the U.S.'s approach to these talks.
The White House is hoping to squeeze Iran's economy so that it forces concessions in negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. But Iran does not respond well to this kind of very public pressure. However much it's hurting, it tends to just dig its heels in further. So what all this really comes down to is who can hold out the longest and who can take the greatest pain.
Reports from Iran say hardliners in the leadership are against attending the talks as long as the United States continues to blockade Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. Pope Leo has celebrated Mass before an estimated 100,000 people in Angola, speaking against war, including Russia's war against Ukraine.
Lamento profundamente a recente intensificação dos ataques contra Ucrânia.
Speaking in Portuguese, the Pope said, "I deeply regret the recent escalation of attacks against Ukraine." Officials say one person was killed when a small plane crashed into the yard of a home in Pasco County, Florida this morning. Christina Galbiati saw it happen.
It looked like it was flying fine. The propellers were going. There was no smoke. I didn't see any problems. But then all of a sudden, I saw it turn and go straight down and heard a little bit of a rumble, and then I saw smoke.
The FAA and the NTSB are investigating. With warmer weather, there's been a sharp increase in tick bites.
Tick bites are sending Americans to the emergency room at the highest rate in nearly a decade. According to new CDC data, about 71 out of every 100,000 ER visits are linked to tick bites, more than double the usual average. The blood-sucking bugs can carry bacteria, viruses, and parasites that can cause serious illness like Lyme disease and Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Health officials say the Northeast is seeing the biggest spike, with cases also rising across other regions. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The new data are just from the month of April alone. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
An elderly man in France has apologized for his family's role in the transatlantic slave trade.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. 86-year-old Pierre Guillaume de Prince's ancestors transported about 4,500 enslaved Africans and owned plantations in the Caribbean. Now, he says, quote, faced with the rise of racism in our society, I felt a responsibility not to let this past be erased. It's believed to be the first formal apology by someone in France for their family's role in the transatlantic slave trade. Guillaume de Prince is encouraging other families to come forward. And he says the French state should go beyond symbolic gestures to address the past, including paying reparations. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
A federal judge has blocked the $6.2 billion merger between local television giants Nexstar Media Group and Tegna until an antitrust lawsuit is resolved. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Couple of showers tonight that can be mixed with some wet snow later on, the low 33. Then partly sunny, brisk and cold for tomorrow, high 45. Very cold tomorrow night down into the 20s. And then partly sunny Tuesday, rebounding to 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good evening, Pittsburgh. This is Brandon McGinley here on KDKA Radio this evening. Hope you've had a good Sunday. Filling in this evening. As you may know at this point, my day job is as the editorial page editor at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, which means that while usually it's bad form and boring radio to talk about yourself, I find myself this week at the center of the biggest non-sports story in Pittsburgh, which is the sale of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And if you want to call and ask me about what the future holds, do not, because I do not know. And what I do know, I cannot say. So, but it is worth talking about what this means for the city, what the Post-Gazette means for the city, what this sale means for the city, and I do have a sense of that. I hope also we could talk a little bit over the course of the next 3 hours about your thoughts about the Post-Gazette, your memories of this institution. I've only been there for 4.5 years now. It's been great. I never would have expected I'd be in this kind of role, but I love it, and I hope in some capacity it'll continue. But this is an institution that whatever you think of it, whatever you think of the editorial page that I run or that my predecessors ran, whatever you think of whatever you think of the ownership, it's part of Pittsburgh in a way that the sports teams are part of Pittsburgh, in the way that Kennywood is part of Pittsburgh, in a way that the bridges and rivers are parts of Pittsburgh. And the idea that it might have gone away was really, really horrifying. I didn't think that it would. I thought that something would happen. This isn't exactly what I thought would happen. This is actually a much better thing than I thought would happen. On Tuesday, quite late in the game, given there's only about 2.5 weeks now before the Block family will end its ownership of the Post-Gazette, there was an announcement, as many of you know, that the Venetulis Institute, I think I'm pronouncing that right, will be Institute for Local Journalism. Venetulis Institute for Local Journalism will be purchasing the assets of the Post-Gazette. That is to say, the brand, the archives, and all of this. The underlying company, because of its financial status, is not going along for the journey. Just the brand. So that means that the Post-Gazette will continue in a different form, but it will continue. The Venetulis Institute, which not only would I not be surprised if you have never heard of, but most people in our newsroom had not heard of, is the organization that runs the Baltimore Banner. If you follow the media about media, if you follow journalism about journalism, you may have heard about the Baltimore Banner. You probably recognize the Baltimore Sun. But the Baltimore Sun is no longer the dominant news source in Baltimore. It's now the Banner. The Sun got bought out by a hedge fund or something and was gutted. The Banner was stood up to replace it, to do the kind of local journalism that the Sun was no longer doing, to tell the stories the Sun was no longer telling. To be honest, I was afraid that that was what was going to happen to the Post-Gazette. Not that it would become the Banner of Baltimore, but that it would become like the Sun, that it would become like a memory, that it would become such a shadow of its former self that it would barely be recognizable. But luckily, we got the other outcome. We got the outcome where an organization that runs its newspaper as a nonprofit, but with only a small amount of philanthropic assistance. It will be subscriber and advertising supported, which is good to my mind. I think that if as journalists, if we're too dependent, even in the nonprofit mode, on philanthropy, then you're dependent on a board. You're dependent on a small collection of people who speak for the donors. When you're supported by advertising and subscriptions, you're supported by your readers. You're supported by your people. That's who you're accountable to. And so I like the fact that this organization that's bought the Post-Gazette is it's the best of both worlds. And I'm not just saying that. I really believe it. It is the best of both worlds. They recognize that the struggles of the marketplace for local journalism, for local newspapers, means that a little bit of philanthropic support is necessary to make ends meet. But at the same time, if you're completely supported by philanthropy, then you're not accountable to the people of the city who you're supposed to serve. And so I think they strike the right balance there. When we talk about this being a good outcome, I think that needs to point our attention not just toward the future, but toward the past. This may be a little bit controversial, and I can tell you right now, this is coming from the heart. This is not something that I was sent out here to say. Pittsburgh should be grateful to the Block family of Toledo and their Pittsburgh connections for stewarding this institution for as long as they did, for losing as much money as they did for so long, hundreds of millions of dollars, and then for seeking and achieving the best outcome for the Post-Gazette. I'm not revealing anything that's not already been public, but this was not the highest offer on the table for the Post-Gazette. The Post-Gazette easily could have been sold to precisely the kind of strip miners, the kind of profit-driven vultures who destroyed the Sun in Baltimore, who have destroyed dozens of other wonderful media brands in cities around this country. That was absolutely a possible outcome here, and they offered more money. But the parent company of the Post-Gazette, that's run by the Block family, chose to take less money to get a better outcome for the Post-Gazette and for Pittsburgh. And I know that sometimes it may sound to some of you like I'm out here praising Bob Nutting or something. The Block family has not always got the best reception in this town, and I understand that there are reasons for that. But what just happened, is a gift to Pittsburgh. And the stewarding of the Post-Gazette for the past, well, you could trace it back even farther, but for the past 20 years of losses amounts to a kind of philanthropy in itself. Losing hundreds of millions of dollars to keep this newspaper going was a gift that they did not have to offer us. And so whatever misgivings you might have about things that happened at the newspaper or whatever over the past, during this ownership period, when they announced they were closing, there was a line in this press release that some people rolled their eyes at. They said, "We leave Pittsburgh with our dignity intact." And I understand why people rolled their eyes at that. It's a bit much, but it's true. What just happened proved it. I'd be having a different conversation with you right now if one of the hedge funds had come in and swooped us up. But that's not what happened. It was the good guys, as far as there are good guys in this business, as far as there are good outcomes for local journalism, this was the one. And so, like I said, I don't know what the future holds. The Post-Gazette under the Block family will still close in 2 weeks. It will begin under the Venetoulis Institute for Local Journalism 2 weeks and 1 day from now. It will be a different Post-Gazette. It will look different. There'll be different people involved. It won't be all the same people. I don't know what my future holds. That's fine. Well, fine may not be the right word for it, but I'll be fine. I'll be around, regardless of what happens. But I do know this, that when it comes to preserving this institution that means so much to Pittsburgh, while there will be changes, and some of you may not like the changes that are coming, there was no better realistic option for the Post-Gazette and for Pittsburgh than this. And we should be grateful for that. Now, this does reflect the reality of the weakness of local journalism, the weakness of the market for local journalism, that the Block family couldn't keep it up, that it had to be sold to a nonprofit, that it will in almost all likelihood be smaller. But that is the reality we live in. And frankly, it's because the people, as much as they may say they value these things, just aren't willing to pay for it. And while I will say that the business models need to improve, the understanding of the marketplace needs to improve, and I do think that the new owners will bring some of that expertise from Baltimore. Ultimately, it falls on the people of this city, the people of cities and regions all over America to decide that this is valuable, that knowing what's going on Grant Street is valuable, that being aware not just of your local crime stories and so on, which is not nothing, but being aware of that having journalists whose job it is to poke around Grant Street, whose job it is to make sure that the biggest employers, the biggest names in the city who sometimes feel invulnerable have to worry that their misbehavior will be uncovered. Because here's the thing, CNN is not coming into Pittsburgh to hold the mayor accountable. The New York Times is not coming into Pittsburgh to hold UPMC's feet to the fire. Okay? That's not how this works. That's our job. That's our job at the Post-Gazette. That's the job of other media in this town, and it's the job of the people of the city to be willing to support it, not just with clicks, but with cold hard cash. That's the only way this works. That's the only way this system works. So I hope that if you are currently a subscriber to the Post-Gazette, you will continue that subscription under new ownership. I hope that if you're not currently a subscriber to the Post-Gazette, that you will consider doing so. I'll tell you right now, the Banner has a lot harder paywall than the current Post-Gazette has, so it's going to be harder to access that content coming May 4th. So you're going to have to make a choice for yourself. Do you value this? Do you value local journalism? Do you value the work that can only be done at the local level? I got to go to a quick break, but I got Ted from out Washington. I'll talk to him about just this when we get back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your #1 pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. Call 800-452-0119 today.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey folks, welcome back. Got Brandon McGinley here tonight from the Post-Gazette, filling in on this nice, chilly Sunday night here in Pittsburgh, talking about the importance of local journalism and the sale of the Post-Gazette. Got Ted from Mount Washington. Hey Ted, welcome to KDKA.
I'm glad you still have a job. Same thing with Paul Zeiss and the crew. And I agree with you. Local newspapers are very important, just like local radio. But I was also say this. The reality is hedge funds are going to buy you out, man. It's just a matter of time. Okay? I hear what you're saying, and preach, brother, preach. But the reality is with advertising going away, can't make enough revenue,
Yeah.
I saw what happened to the Trib. Pretty much, if you don't have a person with deep pockets that really love newspapers, forget about it.
Yeah.
And nonprofits are limited what they can do. It's
I agree.
nice, you know.
I agree. I am. Like I said, I'm not sold on the nonprofit model generally. But one thing I forgot to mention in that first segment is that this foundation, this institute that is bought the Post-Gazette, is supported by a billionaire who loves newspapers, Stuart Bynum.
I mean, it's always
Yeah. So there is, I realize there are no great solutions here, but this is, and hey, Ted. Like, there's every chance in the world that 5 years ago, 5 years in the future, we'll be going through this again with a worse outcome. But there's also a good chance this is considered to be the most hopeful model for local journalism that currently exists in this country.
Well, to me, two things. One, what about that kid who wants to be a journalist that's right now in college?
Yeah.
You know, what do you tell about them? Say, forget about it. You're better off being a plumber. I mean, it's just a reality of it. Also,
yeah.
I think influencers, okay, that's basically where this younger generation is getting their news. Podcasts, they're getting their news.
Yeah.
That influencer that pulled that stunt, and he did, right, that did investigation in Ohio and also in Minnesota about fraud in Medicare, also fraud in daycare centers. Okay? That wasn't regular media.
Yep.
That was an influencer.
Yes. Yeah.
And he got millions of hits.
It's a problem. I mean, I don't even know if problem's the right word for it. It's a trend that it's hard to see turning back around. I mean, you know as well as I do, Ted, that when you look at the data and see especially where younger people are getting their news. My generation, I'm 37. Once you get to below 40s, they're almost all getting it from TikTok, social media, and not from legacy media. I think there's an absolute value to what we call legacy media, to having a place where information is curated, where there is a sense of authority that is saying this is news that is that is objective as far as objective can be. And is curated in the sense that you have people who should be some of the best experts in your city in the topics at hand who are presenting you with authoritative information. But this runs into a problem which is going to be on the mind of just about all of our callers and all of our listeners today, which is trust. Do people actually trust this authority, trust this curation?
Well, not only that, I'll tell you two things real quick. When you have influence out there, you can't, no one fact checks.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And that's
also,
what I mean. And everybody, and when everybody's news is coming from individual, whether it's influencers or I'm watching Fox News, you're watching MS Now, whatever it's called. Someone else is watching CNN. Then everyone is in totally different kind of information silos, which means there are different realities, totally different political realities that they're working out of. Now, there's no putting that genie back in the bottle. You could take that all the way back to Ted Turner and the creation of CNN. You might say that was the moment the newspaper's days were numbered. But there is still an enduring value to having a one-stop shop for especially local news. And I do think you can cut through some of that polarization at the local level. It's a lot harder to do at the national level.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the thing that really, and I know I'll never go back to that time. You never had newspaper guys on television, say like CNN or ABC, telling their political views.
Right.
Supposed to be non-biased.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, you're getting to this gets into interesting, complicated stuff. I mean, ideally, your hard news journalists are not going to be doing that. Now, your opinion people, I'm an opinion person, so I'm on the radio giving my opinion. That's normal. But that distinction has not always held, and certainly there's a lot of mistrust that even the hard news, of course, that reflects not just a bias, but like almost a blindness to any alternative perspectives. And I understand how we got to that point. Hey, Ted, I'm going to be up against a break in a second, so I'm going to let you go. But But I think this is if we're going to talk about journalism, you got to talk about the question of ideology. You got to talk about the question of bias. You got to talk about trust. And I'm happy to get into all of that after our bottom of the hour news, which is going to start very shortly. We'll be back and talking more about how to save local journalism.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdka.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with Zero Res. This week, 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $129, and the whole system duct cleaning is just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Call today.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover, don't fall apart, yeah, come on, don't tell me now. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Authorities in Louisiana say a gunman killed 8 children in Shreveport. Tabitha Taylor is a councilwoman.
I don't know what people think in the crevices of their mind to want to harm another human being, let alone that of children.
The children ranged in age from 1 to 14. Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran are scheduled for tomorrow in Islamabad. U.S. Ambassador to the U.N., Mike Waltz, spoke to CBS.
Iran does not have the cards, and we are confident they will come to the table and finally give up their obsession with having a nuclear weapon.
It is unclear if Iran will attend. One person was killed when a small plane crashed near a home in Pasco County, Florida. Christina Galbiati saw it happen.
My kids were in the backyard jumping on the trampoline, and so they saw a plane come down closer than they've ever seen before.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. life-changing medicine.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some power bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a couple of showers around tonight, perhaps mixed with some wet snow later on. The low 33, brisk and cold tomorrow, partly sunny. High 45, cold tomorrow night with lows in the 20s, and then partly sunny Tuesday, high 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Ferrick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, yeah, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
As you heard on that Colin Dunlap promo, this is draft week in Pittsburgh. That's something that we'll be talking about later, whether Pittsburgh's ready, whether this is a good thing for Pittsburgh. I think it is. I think that the benefits will way outweigh the costs. In fact, I think that past week, this week, last week, 2 weeks in a row, good ones for the city, real good ones for the city, with the sale of the Post-Gazette to a responsible buyer, it seems, and the draft coming up. But to get us back to the question of local journalism, I got David on the line from San Francisco. Hey, David, welcome to the show.
Yeah, how are you? You know, the first thing that I thought of when you were asking how can a newspaper survive in days like these is the old expression, truth is power.
Yeah.
And when you start getting into somebody that wants to crush the truth and they want to pretend that they have power, if they're living a lie, they're running everybody else off a cliff. So the act of getting sources of truth is an act of self-preservation.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I happen to think of, if I remember right, Pennsylvania, you legalized hemp, not smoking weed or anything like that. You legalized hemp a couple of years ago. And, of course, hemp is a biodegradable paper. And it's a much better paper, higher quality, and it's less harmful to the planet than using trees for paper. And I would suggest that the new newspaper start going for those hemp contracts. Try to get some hemp producers, to produce the paper, and figure out some way to get a job creation through hemp. And when you think of hemp as for all of the other products that it can create, there might be some sort of a financial way that there could be multiple investments with the hemp producers, so that if you get the leaves used for paper, you can be able to use the stems for the oil.
Wow. Jamie, this call did not go where I thought it was going. I'd never thought of that before. I do not know much about the kind of the dynamics of the print business. I will say that the new owners say that they're going to keep printing the Post-Gazette's two weekly papers, Thursday and Sunday. I do think that newsprint is a very specific product, so I don't know if it's possible to make it from any other source. But I mean, that's the kind of creative thinking I suppose the news industry needs, though.
Well, it's actually what made America strong. If you look at just the Boston Tea Party. That was America was trapped by these big producers into using a certain brand of tea, and it was a major corporation that was supplying it, and they decided to create a subsidy for themselves and screw the colonists that were drinking it. So the colonists said, well, screw you. We're going to toss yours overboard, and we're going to start growing our own. And there was, if I remember right, Oswego tea was the patriotic tea of the day, and it took a little while, but the big tea producers finally caved.
Yeah. Well, I think it goes to show that innovation and competition are important in the news business, as in any business. And this actually goes to, I think, my concerns about a fully nonprofit model. And I want to emphasize that the Post-Gazette's not going to be a fully nonprofit model. It will still be, you'll still have to pay subscription to get access, and there'll still be ads. But that's good, because that means we are competing for our livelihoods with other news media in order to get the most readers, and not through sensationalism. But I want to go back to the first thing you said, David, about the truth being power. This is I think the thing that, I know in a world that some people say is post-truth, where there's just where the extent of the misinformation, the disinformation, the deception, the lying, the propaganda demagoguery is so extreme that how do we even know what's true and what's not anymore? Does it even matter? I believe in my bones that truth still matters, and that truth will win out, not necessarily immediately, not necessarily on the time frame that we would like it to, but certainly if journalism, and local journalism in particular, is going to survive, it's going to survive by printing, by disseminating the truth.
Well, sure. It's funny you were mentioning that the nonprofit status, that might actually create some other opportunities for whether it would be other nonprofit organizations to get involved.
Yep.
But say, for example, if you look at hemp in the big picture, they made plastics out of it. They made oils. There's obviously medicines and whatnot, but there were hundreds of different things that can be created from it. And startup companies, like they say, the first year of a startup company is the hardest for them.
Right.
So there might be some way for the nonprofit status to be used to help startup companies, which would then give them the opportunity, once they become profitable, to donate to the truth center.
There could be. And thank you, David, for your call. I really, really appreciate it. I'm like I said, I'm not too sure about the hemp angle, but I can say that that kind of ethic of partnership, I think, is going to be really important going forward. I think that, and again, I can't speak for what may or may not happen. I don't know, and I can't read the minds of the buyers of the paper, but I do know what I see in Baltimore, and I do see a lot of partnership, and I see I see a lot of things that they do at the Banner that I think could do really, really well here in terms of partnering with the institutions of the city, in terms of doing more events, doing more stuff that really brings people together. I want to just go back to that question of truth, though, before my next stopping point here, which is one of the biggest problems for media generally, for journalism generally, is a lack of trust, okay? A lack of trust, because at the end of the day, people are only going to read us or listen to us or watch us if they think they can trust us. They might also do it if we're entertaining, but that's really not the point of the project. It's entertainment is, to the extent we entertain, it's to further the end of informing. And that informing only is valuable if it's true. And while truth might not always win out immediately, or like I said, on the time frames that we would like, I do think in the end, and I know that in the end, it's the only way that journalism is going to survive, if it is consistently truthful, verifiably truthful. This is what I always said in my time at the Post-Gazette, that people don't care what the editorial board at the Post-Gazette thinks or writes anymore just because we're the editorial board at the Post-Gazette. That authority that just came from having a fancy title does not exist anymore. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's important for authoritative institutions like newspapers, like editorial boards at newspapers, to have to prove themselves, to have to, they can't just rest on their laurels. And I think there's a case to be made, not speaking necessarily of my institution, but just generally, that our media rested on its laurels, that it thought that its trust would never go away, and therefore didn't have to worry about it. And I think that was a serious mistake. And we are living through the consequences of that right now. If media is ever going to earn back the trust of the people, whether it's the Post-Gazette or whether it's a radio station or a television station, here's what I have always said. We're going to earn back trust, because earning trust is a lot more difficult and a lot more time-consuming than breaking it. We're going to earn back trust by being right again and again and again. Every time we write something, whatever, we're going to be right, verifiably right. And as far as opinion writers, not just right in the sense of having the correct opinions, but bringing new information to the table, bringing new reporting to the table, so that it's not just, oh, here I am at the editorial board of the Post-Gazette, look at me, I'm so smart, you need to trust what I say. It's, you should trust what I say because I'm bringing something new to the table that is verifiably correct. And if it turns out that I'm wrong, then I apologize and I promise to do better. I don't hide. I don't brush it off. And I certainly don't deepen the lie or deepen the error. That is the only way for media and journalism, especially at the local level, to earn back trust. And it's a painstaking process. And to be honest, whenever I heard the Post-Gazette was closing, and I found out about 5 minutes before you all did, one of the things that hurt most was knowing that we had, I hoped, done some work in that direction. Spent a few years of my life trying to do that work of rebuilding trust, and I was worried it would be cut off. And now, of course, we have the sale of the newspaper, and at least the brand of the newspaper, and hopefully there'll be a chance to keep that going for the city, keep that work going, because there's almost nothing more valuable to the political life of a city than having trusted, robust, diverse, and not just in terms of race and gender and so on, diverse in terms of perspective, opinion, background, ideology. Having that kind of media is absolutely essential to the civic health of a city. And I think there's a good chance that we will continue to have that in the new Post-Gazette going forward. We'll go back to the phone lines after this.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We're talking with Joe Sabulis from Highwood Cemetery about cemetery care. Joe, can you please explain your perpetual care fund to us?
Sure. A perpetual care fund is a trust established by cemeteries to ensure ongoing maintenance of burial grounds and mausoleums forever. We set aside 15% of the sale price of burial lots and other cemetery items. Income generated from this fund is used to cover costs like mowing lawns, road repair, and other essential upkeep after all the remaining burial plots have been sold.
So people with lots at Highwood Cemetery can be assured that there are sufficient funds to maintain the cemetery in the future.
Yes, at Highwood Cemetery, our perpetual care fund is in excess of $1 million. A third-party trustee, a fiduciary, is responsible for managing the fund. Everything your family has at Highwood Cemetery will be protected by our perpetual care fund.
You can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss pork recipes for inside and outside cooking. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey everyone, welcome back to this chilly Sunday evening in Pittsburgh. My name is Brandon McGinley, filling in tonight. I'm from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and we are talking about the Post-Gazette because the Post-Gazette made news this week in being sold to a buyer who I think is a good chance of making this institution keep going for a long time. To talk about that, you got David here from West Mifflin. Hey, David, welcome to the show.
Good evening, sir. I don't mean to steal your thunder. Brandon, you said your name was?
You got it.
Yeah, Brandon, I want to give you some kudos, man. I'm not saying we agree with everything.
Yeah.
But you gave the textbook excuse me. Sorry about that.
No.
You gave the perfect textbook definition of the word diversity. And it's not the left-wing version or the right wing. You gave it, the proper due, and I want to give you credit for that. Because when if you're a regular guy every day, I'm not saying you're a regular guy, but the average Joe Schmuckatelli that works every day thinks that tolerance and diversity, how the left likes to push that. I'm not saying that the right is guilty too, but you gave the perfect textbook definition of diversity in its proper term, not tolerance and diversity like the left preaches, because I'm going to be honest, and we've seen it, with this thing and the Trump and the Swalwell thing going on, that the left isn't very tolerant and diverse. They preach a good game, But, they don't practice what they preach 9 times out of 10. Like, can I give you an example? Like Jesse Jackson's funeral or his viewing, I'm sorry. His mother, his wife, and his son said, please don't talk politics. What did Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Obama do? They did nothing but made it a political thing.
Can't help themselves, I know.
I know, and listen, I'm for freedom of speech, like when you said about the Post Gazette, I know that Rob Pratt's really happy. He's smiling like a butcher's dog, to quote Mike Lang.
Yep.
But with all due respect, and I agree with what you said too, it's not about the editorial page. The editorial page is where you give your opinion. And some people's opinion aren't worth, what's coming out of their backside. But that's why, and again, I'm not saying you, but that's why the opinion is in the middle of the paper. Report good, solid news, facts. And if something, and I can tell you this from being in the military, bro, if something's classified, you don't report on it. Or if you see there's a leak, like Leaky Leahy there, Senator Leahy from Vermont, who was known as being Leaky Leahy for a reason, you didn't report it. Like, remember a few years ago now, I'll let you go on, I mean, to steal your thunder. The Marines were landing in Haiti going after Jean-Bertrand Aristide.
Yeah.
CNN was there like, hello, the Marines are landing. It's like, why don't you just give away our game? You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think one of the important things there is that, like, the truth-seeking part of journalism requires discretion and requires responsibility. Right. And that's something that I think, there are... the Swalwell thing is interesting. The Swalwell thing actually, and I don't know, I don't think this is exactly where you were going with this, but this is where I'm going to go with this. The Swalwell thing is interesting because you had a lot of journalists from California and from Washington say basically, they knew he was a bad guy. They heard all the stories about the womanizing, about even the sexual harassment and so on. They're like, oh yeah, this was common knowledge. Everyone's like, well, if it was common knowledge, why didn't you report it? And some of that, of course, is that rumor is not reporting. Some of that is that it was just rumor, but and some of it is that they're just you couldn't confirm it. You can't legally and responsibly report on something that is just rumor that you can't confirm. But then there's also the other aspect of it, which is that if the other politicians in Washington or in Sacramento, for that matter, or Harrisburg or Grant Street see you as the kind of person who's going to air their dirty laundry, then you're not going to get the access that you feel that you deserve. And that's a give and take with journalism.
Yes, sir. Can I just make one more point?
Yep.
And I'll go.
You got it.
Look at. I don't know if you've seen it today, and I'm going to be fair. I hit the left, and I'm going to hit the right now to show you that I'm fair. That's why I like Rob Pratt and you guys.
Yeah.
The Atlantic wrote a very controversial, liable piece today about Kash Patel.
Yeah.
And the Atlantic has been known there, and he's getting ready to sue their kibbutzes, their fannies. If I don't want to use the ASS term, but let's be honest here. Again, fair journalism, right, Brandon? Let's call a dinger a dinger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Let's be fair. Let the cards go where they lay, because I got a feeling the Atlantic is going to lose a little bit of shekels here, my friend.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see, David. I'm not sure. I haven't read the story fully yet. I think the at the same time, the threat of litigation can be used, of course, and of course Donald Trump kind of famously does this, to stop a journalistic outlet from doing its duty, from reporting something that's actually true. So I don't think very highly of the FBI director myself, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Atlantic hit this one on the nose, and they're pretty serious people. But it's also important. This goes actually to the previous point about the influencers and the individuals and the small, kind of upstarts in journalism. Hey, I'm all for letting people try to apply their trade, try to get information out there that for whatever reason isn't getting out there. But if you're going to be up against, say, the legal team of the FBI director or the legal team of a CEO, you need protection. And this is one of the reasons that, it's important to have robust, strong institutions that do journalism, not just individuals, because an individual is much more susceptible to a lawsuit than an institution that has insurance and has lawyers on call. So these institutions are absolutely essential, and continue to be hopeful that the Post-Gazette will continue to be that kind of institution going forward. And we'll talk more about it after this.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Linda Kenyon. Authorities in Louisiana say a gunman has killed 7 of his own children and wounded their mother and killed another child. Tabitha Taylor is the head of the city council.
There are 8 children that are deceased. I can't be strong for you. I think about the mother and what this family has lost. I think about this community and what this community has lost.
The children ranged in age from 1 to 14. The gunman was killed by police after he stole a car and fled the scene. Another round of peace talks is scheduled for tomorrow in Islamabad in an effort to end the U.S. war against Iran, although it is unclear if Iran will attend. Khosrow Naji is with the BBC's Persian service.
President Trump has been eager for the talks to reach an agreement as soon as possible. But in Tehran, the hardliners within and close to the country's leadership are not convinced. They argue that Iran currently holds the upper hand and should humiliate the United States and President Trump, despite the heavy toll Iran has already suffered.
Ahead of the talks, the U.S. reports it has attacked and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz that tried to get around a blockade. It is the first interception since the U.S. naval blockade began last week. Pope Leo has celebrated Mass before an estimated 100,000 people in Angola. The Pope spoke out against war in the Middle East and between Russia and Ukraine. A Catholic immigrant nun is giving back to her community in a unique way. CBS's Jim Crisula has the story.
This is the sound of Sister On Trans Ministry.
The Vietnamese native uses an electric razor to give homeless people in Santa Barbara, California, free haircuts.
With the shampoo and haircuts, it makes them feel better and more confidence and happy.
The Catholic nun emphasizes that the homeless are, quote, also children of God. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Well, this must have been quite a sight.
A hot air balloon makes an emergency landing in a backyard in Temecula. The balloon touching down full of passengers. The homeowner heard the noise and came outside to find 13 people in that basket right outside their home. No injuries or damage reported.
CBS News Los Angeles is Leslie Marin. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
We are less than 55 days from the start of the FIFA World Cup in North America, and some of the venue's workers are warning they may call a strike. CBS News Los Angeles reporter Luz Delia Caballero has the story.
SoFi Stadium cook and union shop steward Isaac Martinez says workers and the union are asking that ICE and Border Patrol play no role in the World Cup, asking for what they call fair working conditions and demanding affordable housing solutions for stadium employees. Martinez says if workers follow through with the strike during the World Cup, it could impact everything from concessions and crowd services to the overall fan experience inside the stadium, adding the strike will happen if their demands aren't met.
The Boston Celtics have rolled past the Philadelphia 76ers 123-91 in Game 1 of their Eastern Conference first-round matchup. Game 2 is Tuesday night in Boston. Linda Kenyon, CBS.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of showers tonight that could be mixed with some wet snow later on, the low 33. Then partly sunny, brisk and cold for tomorrow, high 45. Very cold tomorrow night down into the 20s. And then partly sunny Tuesday, rebounding to 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. This is Brandon McGinley here filling in tonight here on KDKA Radio. My day job is at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, which we've been talking about today after its sale to the Venetoulis Institute for Local Journalism out of Baltimore. And but rather than keep talking about the Post-Gazette and journalism in the abstract, let's talk about some actual journalism and some actual stories here in Pittsburgh. And one that here's the thing. Pittsburgh is running out of money, okay? I think if you followed the news at all, you know this. You know that the city is in pretty rough financial condition, okay? One of the reasons that we know about this, of course, is local journalism bringing it to light and forcing the powers that be to actually confront it. But there's one story that has come up in the past week that it's worth talking about, and this involves an expense that City Council incurred to for an unusual purpose. We'll start by putting it that way. From the East End, City Councilman Kahari Mosley's father recently passed away, who is himself actually a local and beyond local kind of person in notable, famous figure in his own right, Thaddeus Mosley, a tremendous artist. And they, City Council used, and when I say City Council, obviously not as a body, but an approved expense was made using a credit card, a city credit card, to basically do catering for part of the funeral for the councilman's father. Now, the city controller, Rachel Heisler, has flagged this as an inappropriate use of city funds. And now people are saying that her flagging it as an inappropriate use of city funds is itself inappropriate because it was a gesture for a grieving member of council. In fact, some have gone as far to say that Rachel Heisler bringing this up as a concern is racist. Here's what I think about this. I think that everybody, up until the people calling Rachel Heisler racist, we'll put those to one side. Everybody acted in this, I believe, in good faith. I don't think that anybody acted in bad faith or with bad will in approving this use of city funds or in looking into it. Okay, I think that the city officials who first approved using the city credit card, $600 by the way is the amount. So $600 in catering from Market District, a lot of deviled eggs and things of this nature. I don't think that those who approved this were trying to do anything nefarious. I think that they were trying to do a good deed. They were trying to do a kind gesture for a member of council who was grieving and in honor of his father, who was, like I said, himself a public figure. I don't think that they were trying to do anything nefarious. At the same time, I don't think that the city controller is doing anything nefarious, because it's the city controller's job to look at city spending and say, this is not how we should be spending our money. I also don't think, by the way, that those who either approved this, the city council approved this expenditure after the fact. This is the problem, by the way. We'll talk about this more later. This is the problem with these credit card expenses for the city, is that once they've happened, they've happened. You can't take them back. So all you can do is just rubber stamp them. So city council rubber stamped it. And I don't think I think they either approved of the idea of spending $600 of city funds for this, or they didn't want to deal with it. It's fair enough. But it's the city controller's job to deal with it. It's the city controller's job to look under rocks that other people in city government don't want to look under. It's city controller's job to flag things, even when flagging them is uncomfortable. So I think the controller, Rachel Heisler, has done her job. Here's the question, though, that this raises, and I think this is what the controller's getting at by raising this question of a $600 expense for what, while it may have been to some degree a public event, was still basically private expenses for a wake or a funeral. Is Pittsburgh in a budget crisis or not? Is Pittsburgh on the path to being broke or not? Because if Pittsburgh's not on the path to being broke, then you could think of it like a cash flush corporation that does favors for its employees, just like this. That's not necessarily, I don't necessarily think that this is what the city should be spending its money on, but you could imagine if this is a city with a massive surplus, then dropping a little bit here and there as a gesture of goodwill to basically its employees is not unreasonable. But if the city is in fact, as it is, in a budget crisis, if the city is in fact on its way, if things aren't turned around, at least was on its way, and could once again be on its way to state oversight, then these are the kind of habits that, while they come from a place of kindness and they come from a place of goodwill, these are the kind of habits of using taxpayer funds that have to be curbed. They just do. There are many other ways you could do a kindness for Councilman Mosley and his family. You could, for instance, take a pool of private money to pay for catering instead of using taxpayer dollars. You could do, there are many other ways you could have done a kindness. You could have made a gesture of goodwill from City Council as a body to a member. And I'll add, by the way, that other members of council have lost family members recently, and there was no use of city money to pay for their hospitality. So it's a bad precedent, even as it was a kind thing to do. I'm glad that our members of council are thinking of their colleagues as friends who are hurting and need some, could use a gift. But that gift should be their own gift, not the taxpayer's gift. And questioning that is not to besmirch or to question in any way or to try to upend the grief of the Mosley family, or to even question the motives of those who approved this gift of $600 worth of catering. It's to say, if the city is in fact going broke, as city council has said, that's why they raised taxes by 20% in December. That's why we're talking about cutbacks to city budget right now. If that's happening, then this is the kind of expense the city should not be incurring. And this is the tip of the iceberg, by the way. This is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, I've been doing some work on my own on this, and I can tell you the numbers, the amount of money, quote, discretionary money that city council uses and then approves its own expenses, is a lot more than $600. I'll tell you that right now. The numbers that I've generated, up to $200,000 in taxpayer money, discretionary spending by city council, approved by city council, since the beginning of 2025. So the question isn't, should we be offering gifts or offering kindnesses to public figures whose own family members are themselves public figures who've passed away. The question is, should we be doing it with taxpayer dollars? Should we be treating taxpayer dollars as a never-ending pool of resources to do nice things for our colleagues? Again, goodwill, I trust. I don't think anybody's trying to get away with anything here. And I offer, as I'm sure the city controller has offered to Councilman Mosley, condolences, and to his entire family. And to, it's not a question of that. It's a question of, if the city is as broke as we say it is, as its own public officials say it is this how we should be spending our money? Got Tom from the South Side. Thank you for calling, Tom. You're on the air.
Hi, this wasn't why I originally called, but let me ask a couple quick questions.
Go for it.
Local courts.
Okay.
County pays for them, city pays for them, or a combination thereof, or the AOPC, and by that I mean the state. Or do you know?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question, Tom. What was that?
Our local court system.
Yeah.
Who pays? The
Oh,
county?
I'm sorry. Who pays?
The
county. So when you talk about the local courts, the Allegheny County court system is supported by county taxpayer dollars as well as state taxes, I believe.
As in it's called the AOPC. That's the Administrative Office of Pennsylvania Courts.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Okay. That's no. I got the table. Second question. You mentioned, I talked to you a while ago about that Boston was doing a decent job of getting the fair share from its charity or from its nonprofits. Could you expand upon it? Do you know how they're going about doing that?
They have a full, I'm almost certain, Tom, that they have a full pilot program, and you probably know what I mean by that, but I'm going to make sure everybody else knows. Pilot stands for payments in lieu of taxes. So that is a legal term for a kind of basically contract that a government can strike with those who do not have to pay taxes but can make a contribution. In Pittsburgh, the biggest names, your UPMCs and Highmarks and whatever, and I think even Pitt and I'm pretty sure that basically the whole Big Five, which is UPMC, Highmark, Pitt, Duquesne, CMU. They want nothing to do with an officially designated pilot, because the in lieu of taxes part kind of implies that they should owe taxes whenever they absolutely believe that they should not, and anything they do would be a free will gift and not in lieu. They're not replacing taxes that they actually owe. They are their belief is that they are offering a gift, and I think that if the city were to go to them and say, our condition is that it must be called a pilot, they would say, go away, we're not talking to you.
Don't care what you call it, just pay up.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you end up with like the UPMC situation with their big $10 million thing for the ambulances and whatever. I mean, they construe it as a donation. And a one-time donation. I think this is the risk of this is like, I think we should be grateful, happy that Corey O'Connor, through kind of formation of partnerships, has generated a good deal of these kind of donations to the city. PNC Foundation, UPMC, you got the Pirates getting in there, the laborers. However, the risk of the strategy that the mayor is deploying is that if the mayor goes back to UPMC and says, that was really nice, but actually what we need is an ongoing, predictable annual benefit to the city in terms of money into the general fund, UPMC is going to say, well, we already did our $10 million, so that's that. So that's the risk of this strategy. Now, here's the thing is, Ed Gainey got a big fat zero. So this is I think better than nothing, but it could be deployed against the city to say, that was it, we've done our part. Quick question.
Is it true they reported that Ed Gainey walked away from either $42 or $47 million at the beginning of the administration because he insisted upon UPMC unionizing?
Yes. So the details of that are hard to pin down. So I would say two things, and then I got to go to a break, or I'm going to get yelled at. Okay. I'm going to do that. Sorry, Tom. And here's two things on that question. At the very beginning, Bill Peduto had started this One PGH or One Pittsburgh project that involved gifts and also in-kind gifts of basically infrastructure and so on, infrastructure improvements from the Big Five to the city. Ed Gainey felt that was, or said that he felt that was inadequate and killed that program for exactly the reason I just described. He felt that the only way that to get sustainable support from these guys was not to accept these as gifts, but to go for a full kind of pilot program, or even try to actually extract tax money from them. I think this was foolish, and I think it was proven to be foolish based on how it turned out. Secondly, there was a report during the administration that UPMC put a large number on the table. I forget what it was, but it was a large number, and that Ed Gainey said, no, the only way that we're going to get this deal done is if you unionize your nurses and other employees with SEIU Healthcare, the union that supported Ed Gainey to the tune of $250,000 or more in his election campaign. I cannot confirm that happened, especially the number that UPMC offered. It is abundantly clear, though, that part of the purpose of Ed Gainey's tack toward UPMC, his very aggressive and hostile tack toward UPMC, was that SEIU Healthcare had activists within his administration who were pushing this and who felt that it was the purpose of this administration to get a union into UPMC. So whether that interaction occurred, whether there was a number on the table and Ed Gainey said, no, you have to unionize explicitly, I can't confirm. But that was absolutely the relationship between the two during his administration. He wanted a union in there. They said no. There was going to be no relationship unless that happened. We'll be back in a bit.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
I'm all in on these amazing April savings, and so is Frank Dentisi. Right, Frank?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut boneless pork loin chops or roast is $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In the deli, Boar's Head lower sodium ham is $10.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Comfort Plus Scott bath tissue, 12 count package, $4.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Rodin, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50, non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks. We're back here on this Sunday evening on KDKA Radio. My name is Brandon McGinley, filling in this evening from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And before that break, we were talking a little bit about. We talked with the caller about the question of getting some money for Pittsburgh city coffers out of the nonprofit community in the city. But before that, we're talking about the question of whether those who are actually running the city are acting like it is in the financial crisis that they say it is. And I have another story, and this story is probably going to take us all the way into the next segment. But something we just wrote about actually at the Post-Gazette editorial page. That piece came out today about the way the city is kind of haphazardly using and breaking its own rules regarding what these things called P cards or purchase cards. These are credit cards that are supposed to be used for things like Public Works is on a job site and they realize they need to get another bag of concrete and they need to go to Lowe's or Home Depot and use a city credit card to buy it because they don't have time to go through procurement. Okay, that's what the point of these things is, and they can be used for some more, some bigger things like a balloon animal artist at a city festival or something like that. Okay, that's the point of these things. So you don't have to go through procurement. You have to just need to get something done quickly. That is not a big deal. You're supposed to only pay vendors up to $10,000 a year on it. But I did a little research the other day, and it turned out that the city is still paying, using these credit cards instead of the usual invoice process. The city is still paying over $100,000 a year for an internet phone provider that they brought on during COVID as an emergency measure. So when everybody moved to work from home in 2020, they brought in an internet phone provider called Twilio, and on an emergency basis, said we're going to pay them using these P cards because I guess they didn't think they were going to need the service for very long, and they thought it would get replaced. Well, guess what? It's 2026, and we're still using credit cards instead of verifiable invoices to pay $100,000 a year for an internet phone service we were supposed to only use as an emergency basis. This is the kind of thing that is so frustrating. When we talk about the city not having enough money, there are these habits that are built into the city's culture, the city's governmental culture, where these things just don't matter. We're using unaccountable ways of paying, and using taxpayer dollars is just considered par for the course. And by the way, when the city controller asked about it, the Department of Innovation and Performance, which is a kind of long, kind of Orwellian name for this thing, but that is the one that uses the service, that pays for the service, just kind of brushed it off. In fact, they've brushed it off for 16 months. After we get back, I'll tell you more about this story and how it's been years they've been promising to wean off of this internet phone provider, and yet they're still paying using credit cards to this day.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A gunman in Shreveport, Louisiana, has killed his 7 children, wounded their mother, and killed another child. City Council Chairwoman Tabitha Taylor is distraught.
It's domestic in nature that makes it even more horrific for all the fighting that we do as it relates to this.
The children were between 1 and 14. The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran expires Wednesday. So what's next?
President Trump said he's sending representatives back to Pakistan for another round of negotiations, but it is unclear if Iran will show up.
CBS's Olivia Rinaldi. Pope Leo has been traveling through Africa. CBS's Chris Livesay reports from Angola.
This week, the papal plane has been ground zero of a clash with the Trump administration that's overshadowed a papal trip. The Pope is now clarifying his primary mission is to preach peace to the people of Africa.
CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of adults, both men and women, suffer from varicose or spider veins. And this is not just a cosmetic problem. If left untreated, varicose veins can lead to severe swelling, cramping, heavy bleeding, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, permanent paralysis, and worst case, blood clots, which can be life-threatening. But here's the good news. USA Vein Clinics offer plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up the problem. And the procedure is fast and simple. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your varicose vein problems will not go away on their own. Call USA Vein Clinics today for free information on fast and easy solutions covered by most insurance, including Medicare. Call 800-452-0119. That's 800-452-0119. Call 800-452-0119 today.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a couple of showers around tonight, perhaps mixed with some wet snow later on. The low 33, brisk and cold tomorrow, partly sunny. I-45 cold tomorrow night with lows in the 20s, and then partly sunny Tuesday, I-64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Ferrick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to KDKA Radio this evening, this chilly Sunday evening. This is Brandon McGinley filling in this evening. Excuse me. And the last half an hour or so, we have been talking about the question of the way the city of Pittsburgh uses its money and why it's in the financial position it is. And a lot of it has to do with bad decisions by the Gainey administration, has to do with the way that both the Peduto and Gainey administrations spent federal COVID money. It has to do with just not, frankly, fully understanding the nature of municipal finances and how fragile they can be. It also has to do with things like the real estate assessment situation in Allegheny County. It has to do with the lingering effects of COVID and the loss of the value of commercial real estate, which is so important in the city of Pittsburgh, especially in the Golden Triangle, losing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in value, which costs millions and millions of dollars in taxes to the city. So all kinds of reasons. But underlying a lot of it is, frankly, a culture of bad habits of using taxpayer dollars in a wasteful or careless way within City Hall. So earlier we talked about how, it's a small thing, but a kind of symptomatic or emblematic thing that the city council approved $600 to be spent for food, for basically a wake for a family member of a member of council. A nice gesture, but does not need to be funded with taxpayer dollars. Could be funded by members of council. Wouldn't have been too hard. But here's a bigger one. And it's not necessarily that this money would not have been spent, but it could have been spent better, and it has been spent in a way that is unaccountable. And that is the city's contract with an internet phone provider that it is using a credit card to pay, which is wildly against every city regulation about the use of credit cards. For paying for an ongoing service that should be handled by city council. This is the thing. These kind of expenses, we can't, it's difficult, if not impossible, for the people and the people's representatives to keep up with these things, although city council, frankly, should be doing a better job. Because when these are paid by credit card, once it's paid, it's paid. You can't pull that back. So the city's paying $4,000, $4,500 a pop, leading to over $100,000 a year for this internet phone service. And it's not a council-approved contract. Hasn't gone through the usual process. There's no invoices that are going to the controller's office. That's the way it's supposed to work. A contract comes to city council. City council approves the contract. An invoice goes to the executive branch. The executive branch forwards the invoice to the city controller, and the city controller pays it. That way, all three branches of city government, the executive branch run by the mayor, city council, and the controller's office all have a crack at it. Everyone has had their say. Everyone can take a look at it, make sure everything's on the up and up. When the executive branch is just paying with credit cards, then what happens is that city council gets to approve it in the aftermath once it's already done, and they really can't say anything other than maybe raise their hand and say, we don't like this, but it's already been done. And by that point, the city controller basically is powerless because the thing's already been paid. And then the city controller has to pay the credit card bill, because what's the city controller going to do? Not pay the credit card bill? So the P cards, while useful for some things, these little credit cards, are also a way to short-circuit the process. And there's absolutely no reason that process should be short-circuited for 6 years because of a COVID-era, quote, emergency, bringing on a new phone provider to deal with work-from-home stuff. And here's the thing. It is April 2026. This has been on the radar of city government since at least 2023. That's when the Department of Innovation and Performance, which again is a kind of ridiculous title, but that's what it's called, put out a request for proposals to get a new citywide phone system, phone software provider, so that everything could be back where it should be and the COVID emergency would be behind us. Well, here's the problem. That 2023 RFP, they never fulfilled it. They never approved a new vendor. So even back then, there was a question. In fact, this is what happened. City Council actually did approve a new contract with this Twilio company, but only on a temporary basis because they were told that there was an RFP out and there was going to be a new phone provider. So they thought, okay, we'll approve this emergency measure for a little bit longer. And by the way, that contract has long since expired and we're still paying for it. So these payments that are going today are not City Council approved at all. So 2023, new RFP, supposed to be a new phone provider. Nothing happens. Then January 2025, a new request for proposals to finally replace this Twilio company with a new phone software provider for the entirety of city government. That did result in a response. I believe it did result in a new approved vendor. I believe it's Cisco Systems, which many of you probably have heard of. Here's the thing. RFP, January 2025. At that time, the city controller's office asked the Department of Innovation and Performance, why are we paying these people with credit cards? And they said, well, don't worry. We just put out a new RFP. This is just a temporary measure. Remember, this has been a temporary measure since 2020. They said it was temporary in 2023. Then in January 2025, it's still temporary. So don't worry. It'll be over soon. We're going to get a new provider. We're going to move everybody over to that. And these credit card payments to this internet phone provider will go away. It is April 2026. Guess who we're still paying using credit cards? We're still paying the same company from 6 years ago with an unaccountable payment system. Just 2 weeks ago, the city controller asked again to the Department of Innovation and Performance, what's the deal with the credit card payments? And like, don't worry, it's temporary. It's temporary. We got a new provider. We're just moving everybody over. 6 years. 16 months since the RFP. By the end of the year, they said, by the end of the year, it will stop. Lucy and the football. Like, I'm really curious if we're going to get to January 2027, we're going to still be in the same situation. I'm laughing, but I'm laughing at the absurdity. I'm not laughing at the wasting or at least the unaccountable use of taxpayer dollars. But this is the problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg. $600 for a councilman's father's wake. It's a small thing, but emblematic of a kind of culture of nonchalance using taxpayer dollars. This is another one. Okay, $100,000 a year. That's what, 33 cents for every, roughly give or about 30 cents for every citizen of the city. Okay, it's not a lot of money. But the problem is the culture. The problem is the habit of treating these things as if it doesn't matter. Who cares about the rules about the P cards? We have a good reason. We think we have a good reason. Who cares what the controller thinks? Who cares? This is just the way we do business. Okay? This is the problem. The way we do business is the problem. The fact that that so many aspects of city government just see taxpayer resources as basically infinite, as if it doesn't particularly matter. Oh, it's just a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. Well, that adds up. Like I said during the last segment, City Council has approved over about, give or take, about $200,000. I think it's about 180. I don't have the number immediately at hand, but almost $200,000 of its own expenses over the past 16 months. So, it's just $200,000. Well, what about this $100,000 a year for this phone provider? What about other stuff? All of a sudden, you start talking about millions of dollars. And that's how you end up with a city that is having trouble paying its bills. And that's not an exaggeration. Like, one of the reasons that the Corey O'Connor administration came in and said that actually the situation is worse than we realized was because the Gainey administration was not paying their health care bills and putting them all off to 2026 to make 2025 look better. And this was after he lost. So it's not even like it was a political thing. It's not even like, oh, well, I want to make sure that, that the finances look good for my reelection. Okay? That would be bad too. In some ways, that'd be even worse. But you could understand it politically. They did this after he'd already lost. After he'd already lost, they were fudging the books to make 2025 look better than it was and make life more difficult for Corey O'Connor in 2026. I mean, it's really hard to, fixing the math isn't that hard. You give me a spreadsheet and an hour, or, give me a few hours to be on the safe side. I could figure out how to make the numbers work for the city budget. Yeah, you cut a little bit here, you add a little there. You're going to have to maybe, it's a little bit hard with the tax situation because the city is really limited in how it can levy taxes. But I could figure it out. The problem is the internal culture of the city is one that does not respect taxpayer resources. And this ultimately is going to be one of Corey O'Connor's biggest challenges. And the controller can raise a red flag and say, this is bad. We'll throw a flag. We'll say the controller can throw a yellow penalty flag or red challenge flag. The controller can throw a flag. It's NFL draft week. Whatever. Pick whatever color flag you want. The controller can throw a flag. But the controller does not really have the power, certainly doesn't have the power to subpoena anybody or anything like that. The controller could just say, this doesn't look right. The controller can do an audit. But again, the audit doesn't really matter if nobody listens to it. City council can put their foot down and say, we're not going to fund this. So city council has power here. But I want to emphasize that I think one of the biggest challenges for Corey O'Connor is going to be changing a generations-long culture in the city of Pittsburgh government where taxpayer resources are just considered to be almost endless. And we can just, $600 here, $100,000 there, blah, 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 and everything will be all right. That is a bad culture. That is a culture that leads to 20% tax increases like we had in December. And we will be back to talk more about that. We're going to hit the phone lines, I believe, after this.
We're only 4 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies
talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks. Welcome back to KDKA Radio this evening here in Pittsburgh. And I've been talking for the last little bit about some kind of, we've been talking about journalism actually all night. We've been talking about both the state of journalism in Pittsburgh, and we've been talking about doing journalism. And on the second part, we've been talking about work on figuring out the financial problems of the city of Pittsburgh and the little ways in which city government fritters away our taxpayer dollars. I got Mary on the line from Pittsburgh. Hey, Mary, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. I have two ideas for you.
Yeah.
First of all, it'll take some guts to do it. It takes some research to do it. But when I worked for the city many, many, many years ago, it went from, I believe, 4 commissioners to 7, now 9 council people.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of 4 of them because you still need an odd number for voting so you don't tie up the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
Then you got to get rid of Miss Barbara Warwick, who raised her salary and pushed it through right before she even really got on the job. She raised them all 7% one year, and then a few years later, and another 7%. She is a defund the police, sir, along with a few others, but go back to California and spend time with dear Gavin Newsom. Number 3. I'm not kidding. Do your homework.
Oh, I know. I know. No, I think I have some thoughts on the question of the composition of council and Councilwoman Warwick in particular. But give me your third point first.
Okay. The third point is, if we need those 9 people, how come they have 5 to 10 people working for them? And I've heard some of the salaries are close to 70+ thousand.
Yeah. So I have some thoughts on council. So I actually think this is gonna maybe sound heretical. I actually think that the cost of staff and the cost of the salaries for council is not the problem. In fact, I think that if council had more and better paid staff, they could do their jobs better and look more into the budgets, look more into all the financial stuff that they are presented with. Because if the controller is sent an invoice that is a legitimate invoice, the controller is bound by law to pay it. She can say, I don't like this, but she still has to cut the check. Council's the one that can say no. And I think actually if council had more competent people, and competent people require good salaries, you might actually get better results out of council. Now, the question of the pay for members of council. Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
I would say put the job description out there and see who gets the job.
Yeah.
There are people that
Absolutely.
Apply,
it's very
and
opaque.
You don't dare get it unless you're a Democratic and represented by a long family history.
Yeah. So the question of like. And I will admit I have friends who are council staffers, so I have a sense of how this works. But I think that it is definitely something that can be also like a stepping stone to getting into politics, and that's Correct. Good or bad depending on how you look at it. Ideally, it would incentivize you to do well. Here's my thing about the way we pay our public officials. I actually think in City of Pittsburgh, members of council are paid pretty well compared to other cities. It's a full-time job because they are responsible for constituent services in addition to all the legislation and everything. I actually think that it would be a small investment that would lead to better results if we paid our elected officials better, higher across the board. And here's my reasoning. Low wages for council means that people who can do better in the marketplace, who can make more money in the private sector, are going to do that, and people who don't have any better options are going to be looking at counsel. Second of all, the other kind of person who goes for a low wage or a mediocre wage public sector or public official job is someone who is otherwise wealthy and doesn't need the money. If we want excellent people to run for office, and if we want excellent people to serve those in office or work for the city generally, we're going to have to pay them well enough that they want to do it because they want to live decently. And that is a bit counterintuitive, I think, because I think there's a sense that, we should make it should just be public service. But that's it. The financial reality is that if you pay people as if it's just public service, you're going to get mediocrities and you're going to get the independently wealthy, but the really driven, ambitious people and talented people you want are going to be hard to get. And unfortunately, I got to go to break, Mary, so I'll get the last word on that one. But thank you so much for your call, and we will be back. We could talk more about this. I would love to talk more about this after the top of the hour news.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Linda Kenyon. A shocking mass shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. CBS's Jason Allen has the details.
When investigators arrived at the house, they found 10 people had been shot, 8 of them had been killed, and all 8 of those killed were children. They ranged in age from just 1 year old to 12 years old, and police also confirming that at least 7 of those 8 children, at least 7 of them, were the children of the man who shot them. It was their father, who police have identified tonight as Shamar Elkins.
Police say the father was shot and killed by police after he stole a car and fled the scene. A ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran expires Wednesday, with peace talks scheduled to resume in Islamabad tomorrow. It is unclear if Iranian officials will be there. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi says the talks come after a U.S. Navy destroyer fired on and intercepted an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz.
On Sunday, President Trump said the U.S. military seized an Iranian ship, blowing a hole in its engine room as it tried to get past an American naval blockade. This comes after the president responded to Iran reclosing the Strait of Hormuz, announcing, quote, "We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal," adding if Iran doesn't take it, the U.S. will, quote, "knock out every single power plant and every bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy."
Iranian state-run media said the country will respond swiftly to the U.S. seizure of the ship. This was the first interception since the U.S. naval blockade began last week. Counterterrorism officers in Britain are investigating if Iranian proxies are linked to a series of arson attacks against Jewish sites in London. The BBC's Simon Jones has that story.
This is the third time buildings linked to the Jewish community have been targeted in North London in the past week. The Prime Minister described the attacks as abhorrent. The police say an Islamist group called Ashab al-Yamin, which may have links to Iran, has claimed online to have been behind many of the recent incidents.
Quite a surprise at a college football stadium yesterday.
Under bright blue skies and with a large American flag attached to him fluttering, the skydiver floated over Lane Stadium in Blacksburg, Virginia, on the field of Virginia Tech football scrimmage, as people in the stands watched the course of the unidentified parachutist veered, and he crashed into the giant video screen of the scoreboard. The parachute appeared stuck between the C and the H on the Virginia Tech lettering on top of the scoreboard before first responders rescued him. He's okay. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
That might have been the most interesting thing that happened during the entire game. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You may be entitled to some money thanks to a class action lawsuit from a popular grocer. CBS's Stacey Lynn has the story.
Trader Joe's is paying $7.4 million to settle a class action lawsuit over customer receipts. The suit dates back to 2019 and claims some stores printed receipts showing too many credit card digits, increasing the risk of identity theft and potentially violating federal law. The company denies wrongdoing and says no identity theft was reported. Shoppers who used a card between March and July of that year and got one of those receipts may be eligible for about $100. Claims must be filed online by early June with a final court hearing set for August. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The Super Mario Galaxy movie continues to lead the North American box office. The Mario sequel has topped the charts for 3 weekends, adding $35 million, reaching more than $747 million globally. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of showers tonight that could be mixed with some wet snow later on, the low 33. Then partly sunny, brisk and cold tomorrow, high 45. Very cold tomorrow night down into the 20s. And then partly sunny Tuesday, rebounding to 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty, on this Sunday evening here in Pittsburgh, this is Brandon McGinley on KDKA Radio, filling in this evening. I am here from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, which is what we started the show talking about, actually, talking about the sale of the Post-Gazette and talking about our hopes, my hopes, for the future of local journalism in Pittsburgh. And then we've also been talking about, one of the reasons local journalism is so important, which is to keep an eye on the use of taxpayer resources. The CNNs of the world, the New York Timeses of the world, and Washington Posts, their job involves, national issues. That's what they are. But no one's going to come in. None of those guys is going to come down to Grant Street and poke around the city-county building and figure out how your tax dollars are being used closer to home. And that's why we need institutions like the Post-Gazette, institutions like this radio station, institutions like the dozens of other media outlets in this city, so that, and they need to be supported, as I said at the very beginning of this, they need to be supported by you, okay? Things like the Post-Gazette, they're not going to exist, and this one almost went away, in part because the people weren't willing to pay for something that is valuable to them, and that's the thing. You got to be willing to pay for something that's valuable to you. Speaking of paying for things, we've been talking a lot about the use of taxpayer dollars, like I said. And with that in mind, I got Craig from West Virginia joining us. Hey, Craig, how you doing?
Good, Brandon. How are you doing tonight?
Pretty good.
Good show.
Thank you.
I was just sitting back listening, and then Angry Mary called in and brought up the Democrat spending, so I thought I'd better chime in and get into defensive mode.
Please. Yeah. Well, Craig. Before you get started, I was just thinking about this during the break, actually, because this is and I think you'll get what I mean when I say this. Like, this kind of thing, the kind of the nonchalance in using taxpayer dollars, even small things, that's the kind of stuff that, for fair-minded people, turns them off of the good things the government can do. So if you can get that stuff sorted out, people will trust some of the social welfare projects. They'll trust that more if the little rinky-dink kind of nonchalance with taxpayer dollars is sorted out. Do you agree?
I agree 100%. And here's the part that bothers me about the Republican Party. Everybody knows who I am. I call enough. Everybody knows what side of the fence I'm on. President number 45 spent 25% of what the other 44 presidents spent before him, and they want to call in and talk about wasteful spending. I just cannot wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
Now, Mary, I'm sure you're still listening. Let me give you a list of Pete Hegseth, the penny pincher, Pete Hegseth. Now, this is in a 9-month period. In his first 9 months, this is orders to the Pentagon. $15.1 million in ribeye steak. To the Pentagon. Lobster tail, $6.9 million. Alaskan king crab, $2 million. Salmon, $1 million. Donuts, $139,000 with 272 orders. Ice cream machines on every floor, $124,000. A sushi preparation table, $26,000.
The whole table.
So, Mary, when you call in and talk about Democrat spending on a funeral, please look in the mirror.
No, I hear you, Craig. And I think if we're talking about the national level in particular, I mean, you will know exactly what I mean when I say that despite the reputation, if you could look back and see when the national debt really jumped and the deficit really jumped, it was the 80s. It was under Reagan that the deficit really jumped and got to the kind of the structural deficit that we saw. Now, of course, it flipped in the 90s, but now we're back to that structural deficit at the federal level. And so, in fact, and some of this has to do with political incentives and so on. It also goes to show how these kind of ideologies, they don't how they play out in practice is quite different than how they're talked about in theory. But if you look at it, under Democrats, the deficit tends to go down, and under Republicans, it tends to go up. Some of this is the knock-on effects of the previous guy, but it also reflects that, Republicans will talk a big game, but when they're in office, they want to make sure they're doling out goodies and don't want to look like they're skinflint. And when Democrats are in office, they tend to, I think some of the reduction in deficit is coming from being less enamored of tax decreases, tax, whatever the opposite of tax hike is. I'm drawing a blank here, but you know what I mean. So, exactly. But no, the spending stuff, it really cuts across partisan lines. It's for me, especially at the local level, the question isn't. And actually, let me go farther and say, at the local level, you hear about like Republicans say, "Oh, I want limited government." Well, okay, but if you're a township commissioner in like Washington County, a township supervisor in Washington County, do you really want like limited government at the township level? Because limited government at the township level probably means more things being done at the county and state level. My view as like a true federalist, as someone who believes in the devolution of government to the lowest level, generally speaking, not in every case, but generally speaking, to the extent possible, it's not about less government is good in every case. It's actually, ideally, the city or the borough or the township, because it's closest to you and me, would be doing a little bit more. And the county would be doing a little bit more, and the state would be... And then maybe the state and the feds are doing less. I want to see, to the extent I want to see more limited government, I want to see more limited government at the federal level and the state level, but I'd like to see more responsibilities taken on at the local level, because these are the people you see in the parking lot. These are they have a sense of common purpose that you don't have with somebody in Harrisburg or Washington.
Well, let me start with this. One word is why I like a bigger government. The one word is oversight. If you don't have the people to watch the person to your left and right, the person to your left and right are going to do things that are going to cost money. It's that simple. You got to have oversight. But you nailed the Reagan thing right on the head. But here's the conundrum that I have. I don't want government involved in corporate America, yet under Reagan, when he lowered the corporate taxes, that's where the deficit started gaining traction. Yeah. I want corporate America to start paying more taxes, but I don't want government to have to push them to do it. So that puts me between a rock and a hard place. But not only does the tax spending come down under Democrats, look at job creation under Democrats compared to Republicans. Job creation is tenfold under Democrats compared to Republicans.
Yeah. Well, I think there are some things, and I would add crime to this as well, is that, and I think a lot of economic stuff, it takes a while for the effects of particular policies to play out. So, and I'm going to make an exception here that's going to upset our Trump-supporting listeners, but generally speaking, I think that it takes years for the effects of economic policies to really kick in. So when people say, oh, you get more jobs under Democrats than Republicans, I'm not saying that Republicans are brilliant and Democrats are not, but I think you have to at least have like a year or two delay before you really see the effects of policies kick in. So I think that, for instance, if you say, oh, so-and-so happened during the 4 years that Donald Trump was in office, during the 8 years Reagan was in office, or the 8 years Clinton was in office, you really have to kind of like bump it forward a couple years to see the effects of their policies, because their effects aren't immediate. An exception is things like tariffs and stuff like that, where the immediate effects are rather more apparent, and where I think Trump has done more radical things economically, whose effects are a little bit more immediate. That being said, now I'm really going off on a tangent here, Craig. I'm sorry, but now that I mentioned tariffs and I talked about how these things take time, here's a really stupid thing about the way Trump has done tariffs. Now, I don't mind a tariff. I think tariffs could be done well, but if you're going to do tariffs to onshore domestic manufacturing, that's the idea, strengthen the domestic economy, you have to commit to it. This on again, off again, is this a negotiating ploy, or is he really mean it? Who knows? It doesn't have the effect that you want, because a big company is not going to make $1 billion decision about onshoring manufacturing if they don't know if Donald Trump means it or not.
But Brandon, here's the thing. I kid you not. I could do 4 hours on your show. I'm anti-union. I'm not anti-pay. Uh-huh. I'm anti-union, to where a person cannot be fired. And that's the same thing with government. They cannot be fired. They have too much protection. But here's the thing. We are the third highest paid country around the world. Yeah. And we have priced ourselves out of the world market. So you can bring that manufacturing back, but we're not going to be able to sell those products anywhere around the world because it's just done cheaper. We got to find a different way other than manufacturing. So he can tariff until the cows come home. Yeah. And They can build a new plant in every other street corner. But when you're paying somebody $30 an hour to put your broom, you're not going to be able to sell the product in a competitive market. We are the third highest paid country on the planet.
Yeah.
We got to stop protecting lazy people with the unions and the government pensions. Those are the two things that are killing America.
Oh, yeah, the pension situation. Gosh. Hey, Craig, thanks so much for the call, man. So, yes, on the question of being basically a rich country, the theory behind onshoring domestic manufacturing is that you get basically more money circulating, more money and goods circulating within the country. So even if the goods that are produced are more expensive and result in higher prices, you have higher wages for manufacturers. Excuse me. Therefore, it's kind of a push. Whether that works out in practice is a different question. But the theory is that even if we aren't able, even if, our goods, because they're more expensive, aren't as competitive in the international marketplace, they will be competitive. In fact, they will be dominant in our own marketplace. And it is a continent-spanning nation that, I think could pull that off. So I'm not actually strictly opposed to tariffs on principle. I am opposed to doing them in a haphazard way because that defeats the purpose. They are not good as negotiating tactics, but to Donald Trump, everything's a negotiating tactic. So that makes it difficult. So with that, let's go to a commercial break, and we'll come back and talk more about all this stuff.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back, Pittsburgh. On this Sunday evening, my name is Brandon McGinley, filling in this evening. And, I started talking about positive things for the city, the revival, potentially, of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and also the fact that it is draft week. And I've been remiss in not talking about the NFL draft to this point. We ended up talking about all kinds of interesting things about the ways the city could be doing better at using our taxpayer resources, the ways the city can kind of get its act together and be the more kind of efficient government that we need to attract people to the city. Well, guess what? We're attracting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of newcomers this weekend. And I have heard and seen online a good deal of very Pittsburgh negativity. I've seen complaints that, now we're cleaning up the city finally, but why wasn't it cleaned up for us? We only cleaned it up for newcomers. I've seen, the traffic's going to be terrible and the whole thing's just not going to be worth it. Who's going to pay for it? Some of these are not illegitimate concerns, especially who's going to pay for it. But a lot of the overtime and stuff is going to be covered by the state. I really don't think that the city, for instance, or the county is going to be on the hook for a lot here. And the NFL is basically in charge of the whole thing. And whatever you think about that, it's their way or the highway, but they do know how to throw a good party. So I have no doubt that the logistics will come off pretty darn well. I was thinking the other day, I ended up writing my column for the Post-Gazette about this that came out on Friday online and was in today's newspaper. I was thinking about how this is a city, the fact of hosting the draft kind of works really well for Pittsburgh. First of all, of course, you got the whole football thing, football town. I'm a hockey guy first, but I get it. It is a football town first. That's just how it is. It's good stuff. But it's also like the idea of Pittsburgh being picked among the cities of America to host this. And I got to thinking about my own not terribly impressive, athletic legacy, and how in middle school, if there was one time when I was really excited for gym, and I like gym just as much as anybody, but I'm very competitive. And the game that I loved most was deck hockey. So nothing made me happier than showing up at the gym and seeing they had the deck hockey nets out, which was not very often. It was like 3 or 4 times a year. And that meant I got to play my favorite sport, and I'd probably get picked first. And I, of course, again, being very competitive, loved being picked first. But that was not the normal thing for me. Pittsburgh's not used to being picked, okay? We're used to being looked over, not picked to do big things. And I think we should look at, in a way, analogous to, to me getting a little hockey stick in my hand in middle school. This is a chance to show our stuff, doing things we're really good at. I'm a hockey guy. There's hockey on in this radio studio right now. But at the end of the day, this is a football town, and we get to show off our football legacy. And that's going to be great. And I think, just 3 cheers for the Steelers and into the Roonies for making this happen. But the other things that we're really good at, that this event, this moment in our history, lets us kind of embrace, is we love showing people around this town. And there's going to be tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of newcomers to show around and to show how much we care about this place. Okay? And the fact that there's a certain amount of negativity, and there's a certain kind of Pittsburgh negativity about the place. But here's one thing you got to say about this place. No one's indifferent to it. There are very few people in Pittsburgh who are indifferent to the things they love or the things they hate about this place. Everybody has strong opinions. And that is actually something that makes Pittsburgh really special. There's a lot of places in this country that are nondescript, to be honest. There are places that are architecturally, the way I put it in the column I wrote is that there are cities that if you put them in a lineup, only architecture nerds would know who they are. Who can tell the difference from the sky between Columbus and Indianapolis? Okay? 2 Midwestern capital cities. Brilliant. Great. Pittsburgh's different. Pittsburgh is distinct. Pittsburgh has a distinct culture. You could argue in the city itself has 90 different distinct cultures. And people have tons of opinions about the place. And we love showing it off. I love giving tours of this town to people. And not just to show them all the gleaming things, not just to show them all the impressive things, just show them the gritty things too, to show them the things that are maybe a little bit embarrassing, but we love them anyways, or things that maybe we don't love, but we have strong opinions about, and we love sharing that with people. So this is an opportunity for us as a city to share our passion for the place and the fact that we're passionate about it. And this is the last point I want to make. Pittsburgh, again, unlike a lot of other cities in the country, is a real place. I've been to a good number of cities in America. Some I like, some I don't. Some of the two, though, that made the biggest impression on me were San Francisco and New Orleans, because they were so distinct. There was no mistaking them. They were geographically interesting, culturally interesting, architecturally interesting. Pittsburgh's like one of those cities. And I know we think, just Southwestern Pennsylvania, Appalachia, whatever, Midwest, whatever you want to call it. Appalachia is the correct answer. This is a place that has a distinct and special culture that when people experience it, and this is, they experience it in person or you experience it over the screen. Even when ESPN has their B-roll footage of Pittsburgh during the draft or even the weeks leading up to the draft, no one can see the Three Rivers or the Three Sisters Bridges or the Incline or Acrisure or anything like that. No one can see that and wonder, I wonder what city that is. Is that Cincinnati? Is that St. Louis? No. It's immediately identifiable in a way almost no other city this size in America is. So when we do host big events like this, sure, we can whine about the traffic. We can wonder who's going to pay for it. We can wonder, is it worth it? Blah, 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 blah. This is one of the places in America that is best suited to hosting events like this and benefits the most from it, because we do have a special, distinct vision of ourselves that we get to share with the world. And so I hope that we will do that. I know we will do that, and that the long-term positive effects of this will be much greater than any of the short-term inconveniences. We'll be back.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team, when they discuss pork recipes for inside and outside cooking. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, that's the way we get down. In a hick town underneath this Amarillo's. Yeah, let's go. Come on, don't tell me now. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Ross Park Mall and Broken Bow Records.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Police in Shreveport, Louisiana say a man killed 8 children, including 7 of his own, and shot 2 other people. CBS's Jason Allen.
This Shreveport neighborhood is still filled with people tonight, an emotional, disturbing evening as they're finding out the details of the shooting. Police telling me it was actually one of the survivors of the shooting who escaped and called them just after 6 o'clock this morning.
The father was later shot and killed. Vice President Vance will lead talks between the U.S. and Iran tomorrow. UN Ambassador Mike Waltz on CBS.
The vice president leading shows the level of engagement from the U.S. side, that we are absolutely serious.
Another arson attack against a Jewish site in London.
People arriving for this morning's service at the synagogue found their place of worship had become a crime scene. The police believe a bottle containing some sort of accelerant was thrown through a window late last night. One room suffered minor smoke damage.
CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have a couple of showers around tonight, perhaps mixed with some wet snow later on. The low 33, brisk and cold tomorrow, partly sunny. High 45, cold tomorrow night with lows in the 20s, and then partly sunny Tuesday, high 64. For AccuWeather, I'm John Ferrick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, get through the weekend, be back on Monday. But, when we launch on Monday, it'll be draft week. So I'll catch you then on Monday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
Yeah, it is draft week, isn't it? When they installed that countdown thing on the north side, it was right outside what was at that time the Post-Gazette offices. This is Brandon McGinley, by the way, from the Post-Gazette, filling in this evening. And I drove past it just about every day and watched that thing count down. And it's hard to believe. Whenever they installed it, it was, 300 days, something like that. It was 250. It was a long time. And it seemed like we'd never get here. But here we are now, Sunday of draft week. And the way I've been thinking about it, and as a dad with, as a dad with a big family, I'm very, very aware of this kind of thing. It's like getting your house ready for a party, okay? Yes, it is a little bit frustrating that the city hasn't been able to keep itself cleaned up for us as regular Pittsburghers, and that it's getting all, putting its best face on for a bunch of newcomers. But it is like you're living in your house. The house is maybe a little bit messy, a little bit of laundry here and there. Wouldn't know anything about that in my house. But then you're going to have a party, and you get everything looking best for the guests. And maybe it's a little scruffy around the edges, and that's fine. That's good, because the house should look lived in. Pittsburgh shouldn't look like a museum piece. That wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't look like a real city. It would look like, a museum. It should look lived in. It should look like a real place. Like I said in the previous segment, this is what Pittsburgh is. It is a genuine, real place in a way that, frankly, Phoenix is not. And so we should be proud of that. We should be proud of the scruffiness. That's fine. And it's the same with your house. You have guests over, try to make it comfortable, make it a place that they want to be, but it doesn't, shouldn't look like a museum. It's a place that's lived in, and you're inviting people into it. That's what hospitality is. We're doing the same thing here, just a lot bigger party, bigger place, bigger party. Here's the challenge, and it's the same challenge that we go through in my own family, and I'm sure you go through in your family. You get your house looking all nice for guests, and then they leave, and they might leave a little bit of a mess, and then you get that cleaned up. And then the question is, how do we keep it like this? How do we treat every day as if we have guests coming? How do we treat every day as if we're going to be exercising hospitality? And that's going to be the challenge for the city of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County and all of us after this, okay? The city was not in terrible shape, but we got it looking pretty good. I was downtown on Friday, and I was down between Market Square, up toward Mellon Square. Mellon Square Park got the fountains were going. That place looks better than it has in a long time. I'll tell you, 2 or 3 years ago, it was uncomfortable. And there were reasons for this having to do with the institutions that have been placed on Smithfield Street, but Mellon Square Park was where a lot of people who were on drugs or dealing drugs or struggling in some way, homeless, had basically set up camp. Not like a full tent camp, but it was a place that had more or less been captured by folks who, didn't really have legitimate business there. And a quick point about that, people will say, it's mean to kick people out of parks because they have nowhere else to go. It's public place. Shouldn't it be for the public? Well, here's the problem. When public places are captured by people in tents or people dealing drugs or whatever, that's no longer a public place. It has been captured and turned into a private place for those people. This is why Point State Park, you never saw people putting tents or setting up shop there in the way you saw it in parts of the city that are run by the city, because the state said cut it out. because this is a public place and it needs to be for the public, and it can't be captured by folks who who are putting up tents or whatever. So the point, I went way off on a tangent there, but the point is that the city looks good. Does it look like a movie set? No, but it shouldn't. That's not the point. Can we keep it going? I was impressed by some of the things I saw downtown, like they've made a lot of the empty storefronts. Now, they didn't fill them. Some of them are filled with like pop-ups and stuff. That's fine. But the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership in particular, you got to always shout out the PDP. They're one of the most dynamic organizations in the city, one of the great civic leadership organizations in Pittsburgh. They've put art installations, they put murals. There's all kinds of things on storefronts that unfortunately are signs of, frankly, decay downtown. They've made them look not terrible. Can we, A, keep that going and make and sand off the edges in a consistent way? And 2, can we then take the momentum that comes out of the draft and make the city even better? And that's going to be the thing. Are we going to be able to, let's take these storefronts downtown that have posters. There's on Smithfield Street, they have posters about what Smithfield's going to look like in 2 or 3 years when the city finally gets done with this big project down there. Great. In a year, if those signs are still there, they're going to look pretty ratty. And the promise of Smithfield looking great is going to look pretty sad. Can we keep the momentum going so that in a year's time, not only have the storefronts downtown not only have they not become disasters or kind of eyesores again, but they have actually become actual stores again, actual retail, actual restaurants. That's going to be the thing. Can we take the momentum from basically this big old cleanup project that Corey O'Connor inherited and I think has done a good job with, and then take that forward? That's going to be the big question to come out of this draft, because if it turns out to just be a big cleaning spree and then we let everything go to crap again immediately afterwards, then that will have been a lot of wasted effort. Hey, Keith and Moon, thanks for calling in. You're on the show.
Hey, good to hear a live voice.
Thank you.
I grew up reading the newspaper and stuff.
Yeah.
I was an old paper boy, even, and I delivered the Post-Gazette. And, I miss it. I miss it reading it every day, and I'm glad that they bought that company from Baltimore got it.
Yeah.
And I was going to add more, but
that's all right. No, I mean, Keith, the amount of times that people tell me that they used to deliver the Post-Gazette is amazing, and I love it. It goes to show it's such an institution in the city. We actually had a story in the opinion section of today's paper from Ken Gormley, who's the president of Duquesne University, and he talked about how he used to he delivered the Post-Gazette, and some of the biggest events in our nation's history during that time he would find out about because they'd be in the paper he was delivering. And so that sense of the PG, and I don't say this to disparage other media in the city. Always the Trib does a good job at what they do. It's fine. But the PG has been for so long the place. It's a shared thing. It's a shared experience to open up that green bag and read the same stories, the same analysis that so many other tens of thousands, in the past hundreds of thousands of other Pittsburghers were also reading. So it was a touch point we all had with each other.
Yeah, I delivered it back before they had any green bags. And I still remember that they had that logo or something on the front page.
Okay.
From here it started and stuff.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah. I mean, it's roots. Now, we could quibble about whether it's the direct descendant or not, but its roots go back to 1790s. and is the first major paper west of the Appalachians. So, I mean, it has a history that is really remarkable, and should stand on par with some of the great kind of brands in American journalism, like the Baltimore Sun, which has gone downhill, and we've been lucky to, I think, get purchased by someone who's not going to do that.
Well, newspapers were great in their time, but I'm a Luddite. I still read the paper today, every day.
I think the physical product, I mean, obviously we only print 2 days a week now, but I think the physical product is really important. And the new guys say they're going to keep printing 2 days a week. I don't know how long that will last. Obviously the market forces are working against that pretty badly. But I think the physical product is really important. There's something special about holding the news in your hands. It's something you can share person to person. It's nice. I'm glad as a writer that somebody can text my column to their friends and not have to hand it to them. But there's something special about taking a physical article and handing it to friends or family and sharing it with them in that way, because that requires that face-to-face interaction.
You're right. You're right, Keith. Okay, have a good one.
Thanks, Keith. I appreciate it. We got to get to break, and when we come back, we will be finishing up, and we'll be teeing up Father Ron Langwin.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, folks, we're coming close to the end of my time with you this evening. Brandon McGinley here from the Post-Gazette filling in. And I got one more call I want to make sure I get to. Cynthia from Florida has been incredibly patient. So thank you, Cynthia.
Hey, let's go, Brandon. Listen, one thing that I haven't heard that Pittsburgh has done was moving all the people out in the middle of nowhere, like many cities did to homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, people, you have all this revelry going on. You need to see the people that have been forgotten in this country.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're still here, you need to see them.
Yeah.
But I heard Craig talking about the money that was spent on lobster, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I saw the pictures that some of our soldiers sent to their families about the so-called food that they were being provided. And people were making jokes about it, and they said it was filet of soul. It was this gray thing on a plate.
Yeah.
People don't care enough. And this has infuriated me. I was infuriated weeks ago. Where every time Trump makes an announcement about he's going to do this, he's going to do that, multimillionaires are making trades.
Yeah.
On
oh gosh.
Warfare.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the
Yeah.
death of our soldiers.
Cynthia, don't get me started on that.
All need to be in prison.
Yeah. Cynthia, don't get me started on. You got the. I mean, if I was here for another hour, I would happily talk about the manipulation of the markets, the oil markets, the profits that are being made on this. It's a new age of war profiteering. And yeah, I mean, it's and don't get me started. You even got the prediction market stuff too, where insiders are placing basically bets. The prediction markets, people say it's not bets, but
poly market, they're betting on dead soldiers.
Yep. Cynthia. If we dwelt for too long on some of the behavior around this conflict in particular, by insiders, in this administration, but also just insiders generally, we would start to lose our minds. The extent of the corruption, the extent of the profiteering is incredible.
I'm already there.
Yeah, I know. No, it's one of those things where, like, if I find myself scrolling through social media and reading about it too much, I realize, like, my brain is turning to mush. I'm becoming angry, and then you feel helpless. And I know part of my job is to, like, write about these things, but I only have so much to say and only so many places to say it in. And also, my job is local. And so, yes, I write about Trump. I write about Iran. I write about these things from time to time. But, like, that's not really... that ultimately is not where my value is to the people of Pittsburgh. And so I do that, but I'm not going to I can't break news about Trump in the way I could break news about Corey O'Connor. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but how many people locally have made money doing
who
that?
Knows? No, it's a good question.
I'd like to see all of them exposed.
It's a good question. No, it's it's extremely distressing. And I mean, there's the thing is that even the things that we talk about doing to rein this stuff in wouldn't even help. So, like, we should pass the Stock Act. Obviously, we should pass the Stock Act to ban stock trading by members of Congress. But is that going to stop the, Deputy Undersecretary of Defense from doing that? No. I mean, it's really, really discouraging, and I wish I had a solution to it. It just, Cynthia, it just seems like, doesn't it just seem like, and I think Trump is the worst example of this, but I think he's not the only one. It just seems like all of the standards that we used to expect came with public life. Understanding there was lots of graft, there was lots of this and that. Even the pretense of having high standards for public life is just completely gone.
Correct. I don't know how we find ourselves again.
Yeah.
But thank you for taking the call.
No, I appreciate it, Cynthia. Thank you. This is part of the reason that I focus on the local, is because as much as, like, we need to talk about these things. We need to talk about the grafts. We need to talk about the war profiteering. We need to talk about all these things. But I find hope in the local. I find hope in my neighborhood. I find hope in my friends and family. Because ultimately, those are the things that I have control over, and those are the things that we all have control over and that we can build up. To that end, in the last 90 seconds, I need to make a shout out. I double booked myself this evening. I forgot that I was doing this shift with you, and I've been glad to be here. I really have. This has been really fun. However, I also scheduled a birthday party for two of my children who have birthdays close to one another. My son Ambrose just turned 11. He's really cool. Yesterday, he had a 7-hour Nerf gun battle with his friends for his birthday. It started at the park and ended up at our house, and we're probably going to find those darts around our house for the next 18 months or so. But he had a blast, his friends had a blast, and you know what? We had a blast watching them. And our daughter, Rosalie, turned 3 recently, and she is cute as a button. She is just absolutely full of joy, and her brothers and sisters love her, as do her mother and father. I have been very sad to have missed their party tonight, but I am going to be seeing you, and I say you because I think you two might be listening, in about 25 minutes, and I hope you've left me a cupcake or some cake or something, maybe some ice cream. And I look forward to seeing you two then. I love both of you, as I love everyone in my family. And I am signing off in the next 10 seconds. And Father Ron Langland will come on. And hope you guys stick around to listen to him. He's a great guy, great radio host. And I will see you guys next time I fill in, which I think will be this Wednesday. Good night, Pittsburgh. Thank you.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Linda Kenyon. Residents of Shreveport, Louisiana are in shock after a man identified by police as Shamar Elkins killed 8 children, including 7 of his own, and shot 2 other people. CBS's Jason Allen has details.
A couple of people were able to escape, a child who went out a window and jumped off the roof, a woman who also jumped off the roof, and police found one of those deceased children actually on the roof where that child had been trying to escape. After the shooting here, police say that Elkins carjacked someone at the corner and then led police on a chase to a neighboring city where they say he produced a handgun and police shot and killed him there.
The U.S. says it has attacked and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz that tried to get around its blockade of Iranian ports. CBS's Charlie Daggett is following.
New video released by the U.S. military shows forces warning the crew of an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel.
Motor vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Then the sound of several rounds fired from the U.S. destroyer, saying U.S. Marines later boarded the vessel, the first to be taken into U.S. custody. The U.S. military blockade south of the strait has turned back more than 24 ships, too.
Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran are scheduled to resume tomorrow in Islamabad, but it is unclear if Iran will attend. Exit polls show the pro-Russian former president Rumen Radev is set for a runaway victory in Bulgaria's general election. The BBC's Nick Thorpe has more on the leader of the new Bulgarian coalition.
A former fighter pilot in the Bulgarian Air Force, the 62-year-old Radev became president in 2017 with the backing of the Bulgarian Socialist Party. He stepped down in January this year to launch his own political movement. He has a reputation as a more pro-Russian politician because of his opposition to Bulgarian military support for Ukraine.
A Swedish study finds your health is impacted not by how much weight you gain, but when you gain it. Tanya Stocks is one of the researchers.
Obesity onset between ages 17 to 30 was associated with a 70% higher risk of all-cause mortality compared to those that never developed obesity before age 60.
For every additional pound gained per year between ages 17 and 30, men faced an 18% higher risk of death from any cause, while women faced a 16% higher threat of death